We have now, this afternoon is dedicated to the 6 foreigner markets that we have in our program. The first one is München, the second one is Bruxelles, the third one is Thessaloniki, the fourth is London, Florence and Zagreb. We will have a break for a coffee break around 4 o'clock. So what we would like to have is the first one about München is organized in 2 different parts of the two speakers, and the same for Thessaloniki. I will give you in Italian some few informations about the speakers, very few words about the speakers. So, arrivando al caso di Monaco di Baviera è un esempio molto vivace e anche in progress di modernizzazione del mercato stesso, e le 2 persone che parlano sono, se ho ben capito, prima Kristina Frank e poi Birgit Unterhuber. Kristina Frank su Facebook si presenta come la regina del Viktualienmarkt, che dichiara di amare moltissimo, perché è anche bello. Io ho trovato queste espressioni che lei stessa ha utilizzato nel presentare su Facebook il Viktualienmarkt particolarmente significative. Lei si occupa del progetto di sanificazione e modernizzazione che è in corso in questo momento come direttrice dei lavori, e in questo collabora con un architetto, che è l'architetto Rainer Hoffmann, ad un grande progetto di ristrutturazione in corso. Quindi si tratta di un mercato storico che vede in questo momento un progetto di modernizzazione importante, e le do subito la parola. La seconda speaker, presento Birgit dopo. So, Kristina. To you.
So, Mrs. Calabi, hello everyone. Buona giornata. It's good to be here in Venice. In Munich, we have a saying that Munich is the most northern city of Italy. So it's always good to come home, indeed. Actually, we are really fascinated by your tour this morning. It's been very impressive in a good way, and maybe in a way that shows some options which can be better. So, but I want to start with a short overview for now about our Viktualienmarkt in Munich. The most famous market indeed we're having. And afterwards I will be followed by Birgit Unterhuber, one of my colleagues. She is working for the markets in Munich. We're not only having the Viktualienmarkt, but we have more markets, 3 more based markets, fixed markets, which run every day, and 36 markets which only run once a week or twice a week in different places in the city. So I want to give you an overview about administration and jurisdiction, followed by our history of the Viktualienmarkt, which is not as rich as your history here, I heard today. I want to give you a short overview over the current situation we're facing and what are our plans for the future, because also Viktualienmarkt is not brand new anymore. It's already kind of old, especially if you look into the basement, into the cellars, which are not even man height. So you need to walk into your cellars like this, which is not really a good idea. We do lots of marketing in the social media, in the press, and we do lots of events, which is indeed very important for our market, because we want to have both types of people coming to the Viktualienmarkt. Those who live and work in Munich, So for example, restaurant owners, chefs, just normal people, and we want to look out for the tourists. So this is very important for us. And we've got some suggestions which we made from home. So actually it's more kind of questions because we wanted to experience the market before we're dealing with suggestions, because it's always easier if you see something with your own eyes before you tell people what might be a little bit better. So I'm the head of the Kommunalreferat, as we say in German. So this is a big department with about 3,000 people working for the Kommunalreferat. We're not only dealing with markets in Munich, we're also dealing with real estate. We own about 3,000 properties in Munich, and we're doing agriculture as well. We're dealing with the forestry in Munich. We're responsible for the waste department and for the markets. So it's a big mixture of different topics, which sometimes don't fit together so well, but sometimes they do, especially if you want to be aware of climate change. For the history of the Viktualienmarkt, the market was built in 1807, so is about 200 plus years old, when it was relocated to its site where it is on now. So 1807, it came to its place where it's now located in the very heart of Munich. I don't know if any one of you was in Munich before, so it's just next to the town hall, next to the Marienplatz. And before that, indeed, it was on the Marienplatz. So on the Marienplatz, if you stand on the Marienplatz, the ground is not too big. Actually, we've got houses on all of the sides of the Marienplatz, and by now the place would not be big enough anymore for the Viktualienmarkt. And this is why the Viktualienmarkt needed to change its place. But the market went on before that time already. So the Viktualienmarkt was started in the Middle Ages, kind of the Mercato di Rialto, yeah. But not as a public run market, just people came together, selling stuff, buying stuff. So it was more kind of a meeting place without a fixed structure or something. Still, the market today is open air, but only a few of our market stalls are in a house. The rest is just small market stalls, or they just even have an umbrella and nothing else. The fixed stalls have come into place 1870, so about 70 years later than on the pictures. In 1890, so at the end of the 19th century, the Viktualienmarkt became its current size. So it was always a real big market, and it is still. During World War II, we had a quite hard time in Munich. So the Viktualienmarkt and the inner city was bombed almost totally. So it was badly damaged because of air raids. And all that time, the idea floated in Munich, similar to Venice, that maybe there could be built something else, not a market, but you could use the place for skyscrapers, for big warehouses, for whatever, for living as well. And so we had this idea spreading after World War II that the place might be used differently. But lucky us, Viktualienmarkt was brought back to life by our city administration. So the government of the city of Munich was clear that they wanted to have the market still going on and not to stop this tradition. And from this point on, they gave money, and they do still. And it costs a lot of money.
Who gave money? the municipality?
Yes,
Or
the municipality.
you have private or also private people?
No private people.
No, only
Well, they do because
Sorry
they
to
pay
cut you,
taxes,
Umberto.
of course, and we use the taxes for it. But we've got a rent income. So all the market stalls are rented to different people, and they pay a rent for it. And this is okay for our daily market business. So if you compare our expenses we're facing every day, we can deal with the rent. So income and expense is quite the same. But the problem is we're not only having the normal daily market life, but we have the renovations, etc., etc. And because of the renovations, we will need to spend, I'll tell you a little bit more about this later on, we will have to spend millions on the market. And this is done by the city of Munich itself, without the help of private people. But actually that could be an idea to do some fundraising as well. The Viktualienmarkt is world known. Actually, Munich is known for the Viktualienmarkt. If you look into travel guides, for example, often the Viktualienmarkt is on the front cover. So this is very typical for Munich. We have a so-called Maibaum in the middle of the Viktualienmarkt, so a very high tree painted in blue and in white, saying, hello, this is the middle of the city, here I am, please follow me. We've got a large beer garden. Munich is also very famous for its beers. And so this beer garden is run by all the breweries together we are having in Munich. So every week there is a different beer running in the beer garden, which is very important because everyone wants to be in the middle of the city. Of course, we've got one most famous beer in Munich. It's called Augustiner. And it's most popular as well. But still all our other breweries can draft their beer there as well. Our farmers market was developed in what we would call a popular shopping place by now, a place for foodies, for gourmets, a place where everybody can come, enjoy a drink, just sit in the sun without the need to consume anything. So there are benches, there are just chairs where you can just sit down, relax, and have a bite to eat. We have a very big variety of things we're offering at the Viktualienmarkt, and in case that's very important. People want to do their whole shopping on the Viktualienmarkt, or at least they want to be able not to go somewhere else. Most people do, of course. There are only few people who buy a milk on the Viktualienmarkt because it's very expensive. The Viktualienmarkt, compared to other prices in Munich, is very expensive. But they do very much of their shopping there, and maybe just buy the rest in the supermarket. We have an area of about 19,000 square meters. This is a real huge place, and you can see the whole area on the green map we're facing here. So we've got 7 different sections on the Viktualienmarkt. So in the middle where the beer jug is, this is the beer garden, for example, and the number 7, the yellow number 7, for example, is where our meat is sold. Basically, most of the meat is sold, and this is fixed houses, the number 7, and the rest is all market stalls. Although the Viktualienmarkt is very popular in the whole world, local people come every day, local chefs come every day, world-known chefs come and buy their products over there. It's about local products, it's about seasonal products, it's about tips you get from the dealers over there. Yeah, they can explain you exactly how your fruits have to be cut, or how your meat has to be cooked, and they give you ideas and they chat. So it's all about chatting and be seen. Yeah, be seen. oh, you can buy your food on the Viktualienmarkt. Wow, that's really good. So it's very important for us, also for the local people, but also for the tourists. We've been registered as a Bavarian intangible cultural heritage since 2017, so since about 5 years, which is good and bad. Good because we become even more popular. Bad because we've got very strict regulations now, what we can do and what we can't. Market tradition is very important for this. Also the customs we're having and the coziness that make the Viktualienmarkt in the heart of the city of Munich a very special place. The site itself, so the green site, is not a public area. So it's not kind of a street or so, it's a market area. This is the reason why we can have special regulations over there, especially for opening times, for example, or for people just crossing the streets. It's not a usual street, it's a market area. So for example, we could build a fence around it if we have COVID-19 and we need to have more regulations. We could build a fence around it because it's not a public area. Of course, we did not. Yeah, we were happy that people came still to the Viktualienmarkt and spent money there. And actually, it was kind of safe because it's an open air market. And so even more people came to the Viktualienmarkt during the Corona crisis, which is not normal because they didn't want to go to the supermarkets. They wanted to spend their money on good food. The restaurants were closed, so they wanted to cook at home. They wanted to have the open air safeness, and so they came to the Viktualienmarkt. We have, for our dealers, 2 different types of arrangements. So we have the normal private law contracts, lease agreements, but we also have public law assignments. So this is very important because we want to renovate the market in the middle of the 20s. And so we are keen not to have long-term contracts anymore because, of course, we need the space to rebuild the Viktualienmarkt. And if there is one dealer saying, I'm not moving out, yeah, because I have a long-term contract and I want to stay here, we would have a big problem. And this is why we only have short-term contracts at the moment and public law assignments, because it's easier for us just to say it's over by now, you can come back. We guarantee every dealer that he is able to come back after the renovation and that he can also have a market stall in the interim market. So this is a little bit how it looks on our market. We've got very young dealers as well, as you can see on the left. We've got these typical old ladies chatting all the time as well. So it's a good mixture. And actually, we are very proud that we have a good mixture because it's interesting for young people coming around and even for the people who lived in Munich for 75 years. It's still interesting to come around. As you can see here, if you look a little bit closer, it doesn't look so fancy at all the different spots. So for example, you can see that especially in the basement, which you can see on the right top corner, we have problems with your way down. It's very steep steps. For example, it's rusty, it's broken, and this is not typical for Munich. So Munich is shiny, everything is fine, everything is ready. In my opinion, it's sometimes a little bit too shiny. Yeah, could do with some little spots as well. But Munich is very shiny. So everybody is looking at the Viktualienmarkt because it's in the middle of the city and it's very famous and telling us, well, this is not okay and that is not okay and you need to do something. And indeed, now we need to do something because we've got hygienical issues as well and we want to to guarantee that the Viktualienmarkt in 10 years, in 20 years, and in 50 years is still running as good as in the last 200 years. For our rent, we need to say that our dealers are paying a very good price. So very low good price, so good for the dealers. They pay a rent which is normally calculated by their income. So a specific part is based on the sales, and they pay a fixed rent as well. So a minimum fixed rent, which is really a minimum. It's about 300 euros or maybe 800 euros per month, but very limited. And they pay an additional part based on the sales, which might be between 8 and 10% of their sale income. So it's a very, very good price compared to the other prices paid in the city of Munich. Of course, garbage fees, etc., or electricity comes on top of it. This is just for the rent. If we want to find a new dealer, for example, we have very strict regulations in Munich. So we need to find new dealers, not by just chatting in a restaurant saying, hey, do you want to have a new market stall on the Viktualienmarkt? But we have a public announcement. And everybody who is interested in a market stall can apply for this market stall. So normally we get around 20 to 50 different people who have ideas what they want to do in a market stall, if they want to sell fruits or if they want to do something totally new. So we've got different ideas, and then we are comparing it, where we have a fixed system where you can get points. For example, if you have biological food, very much organic food, then you get more points. If you have a traditional business, then you get more points. If you do a very good communication, then you get more points. So it's very strict and regulated, but there is a reason for it. Everybody's interested in the market stalls, so we've got lots of applications, but there are also many people when they lose and they don't get the market stall and somebody else gets it. It's very German, but of course they go to court. Yeah, they go to court and say, well, it was me, I should have got it. And so we are very strict and very transparent, and everybody can look in our books actually and see why the new dealer won the assignment and why the other one didn't. Our assortment is fixed. So, for example, a dealer can only change his assortment or her assortment after consulting with us. So they cannot say, by the moment we're selling fruits and tomorrow we're selling chairs. This is not possible because it's in their contract or in their assignment. Our products are mainly flower related or food related. We also have some souvenirs to make the market interesting for the tourists, but this is only a very, very small part, very limited. We've also have some small restaurants and takeaway food, but also limited. So this is very important for us because most people applying for a new market stall on the Viktualienmarkt, they want to kind of open a restaurant on the Viktualienmarkt, more or less. Takeaway food or even a restaurant where people can sit and chat and enjoy their food. But in our view and in the view of the city of Munich, the market would lose its tradition. So most of the stalls are just for selling food, and some of the stalls, they can offer food for takeaway or even eat in, and even less market stalls offer souvenirs. One too early, thank you. What we want to do with our market is to preserve it as far as possible during renovation. So it has a specific look. Everybody knows how the Viktualienmarkt looks. It has wooden stalls mainly, so we want to upgrade it, but very carefully. Everybody's fixed on the Viktualienmarkt as well. So everybody has his or her eyes on the Viktualienmarkt. So it's a big discussion going on in Munich that the tradition of the Viktualienmarkt shouldn't be changed, and even the windows should not be replaced, the old windows should stay, and so on and so on. Of course, you can't always restore the old windows. Sometimes you need to build in new windows, but we want to work very, very carefully. But we need to find some more space for storage. As you can see here, for example, for technology, we need to create some place for the staff. For example, we have only, I think, 2 toilets on the Viktualienmarkt, and we've got about 120 stalls. So this is not really much if you are a dealer, and then you need to share your toilet with many, many people. So we want to build new sanitary facilities, even for not only for the sellers, but also for the buyers. And we want to improve our waste disposal as well. We will not close down the whole Viktualienmarkt for a couple of years. So as you can see, it has 7 sections. We want to do one section after the other. So if, for example, section 1 is closed, there will be an interim market on section number 2 because there is enough open space for the interim market. So section 1 then moves to section 2 and still runs. So you can still find your dealer, even not in section 1, you can find him or her in section 2, which is very important because it's still attractive to buy your things on the Viktualienmarkt, and you can still get the things you're used to. So I think that is very important not to close down the whole market at once. We will start in the mid-20s, as I already said. This is the earliest because we want to, and actually we need to inform the city council a couple of times. The city council is kind of our boss, so I'm a member of the city council as well. We've got 80 members, and they need to give the money. So they want to know what's going on in detail. So they get a lot of paper by us, prepared by us, what is going on, and then they decide on the renovation, and we guess that it's not 1 million we're going to spend, but a couple of millions. I guess that this will be a really huge number. We need to get a building permit, which is not so easy. We need to get an execution permit, and so on and so on. And one of our main focuses is on the dealers during this process, because they know the market best. They are dealing with their stuff there every day, so they've got the best ideas. Not always realistic ideas, or sometimes very expensive ideas, but they've got very good ideas. So it's very, very, very necessary for us to be in a good contact with our dealers. So every month we're meeting, and every 3 months they're meeting with me. So we've got a very good contact, just to be sure that everything after the renovation is in a good shape and on the right place. And now I'm happy to pass on to my colleague Birgit Unterhuber, who will tell you a little bit about what we're doing for marketing, for communication, and who will give you maybe some possibilities to think about for the Mercato di Rialto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kristina.
So I look at the watch.
Few words about you. Birgit, just
sorry,
few words about you.
Okay, I'm head of the communication.
I'm speaking in Italian because the Italian part.
Okay.
Sorry. You. Still. Birgit Unterhuber parlerà anche lei del mercato di Monaco, quindi del Victualian Markt di cui abbiamo sentito parlare fino adesso, che ha più di 200 anni, come abbiamo appena sentito. Conosce molto bene anche la situazione degli altri mercati alimentari nelle città tedesche e forse farà un qualche riferimento. Ci ha mandato del materiale che ho trovato di grande interesse, che riguarda alcune città tedesche, da Berlino a Brema, da Düsseldorf a Francoforte, da Amburgo a Colonia, a Lipsia, a Stoccarda, molti altri esempi. Quindi ha sotto mano e conosce una serie di mercati delle città tedesche, dei quali alcuni sono mercati settimanali, non tutti sono mercati permanenti, ma mi sembra particolarmente interessante. Brevemente ci illustrerà la situazione attuale legandola a quello che ci ha raccontato Kristina fino ad adesso del mercato di Monaco e della sua gestione, degli inconvenienti portati dall'operazione di rinnovo, degli eventi organizzati, il problema della comunicazione che Kristina ha appena menzionato, anche per proporci alcune riflessioni riguardo al nostro tema prevalente, che è quello dei suggerimenti per il mercato di rialto. Please, Birgit.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So, I'm responsible for marketing social media and events. And why do we do this? Because a market doesn't run itself. People don't just come for shopping, they come for events now. And you have to take much photos for social media. So we are very present with the Victualienmarkt on Instagram and Facebook. We have normally a homepage that's very state of the art, I hope. So what we don't do is promotions for companies. We have a big car company, you all know, BMW. We have a lot of other companies and they want to rent the market for events or promotions that we don't do. It has always to be related to our market, related to groceries. But we like the events, just like you see here the picture, it's a carnival, not as famous as your carnival in Venice, but the market women are dancing, and it's a custom in Munich to go there and to celebrate. So this is the kind of events we want there. It's important, what Ms. Frank said, our replacements are announced online, publicly. So anyone can subscribe. We have a newsletter, so when we have a new space for rent, you can click on the newsletter and then you get all the information. So how big is the space? What does it cost? What can I sell there? And the new dealers are usually introduced via press release, including a photo session with Ms. Frank. So we try to announce, okay, this is a new merchant at the market. Please come and check it out, something like that. So as we have seen today, we are not experts on the Mercato di Rialto, but we face all similar problems. So we thought about how about a reboot, and I think you need one. You told us so when we saw it, and there are some questions. So. Sorry. So we exchange now ideas and try to find solutions. One question is, should it remain a fish and a grocery market? Because it could be something else. It could just sell tourist stuff. But I think a middle ground could probably be taken. The retailers should offer regional, high-quality groceries and be able to offer snacks at the same time. I think that's essential, and you told us they are not allowed now to sell snacks. After all, refreshments are sell always, and groceries could be bought in passing. Souvenirs shouldn't be primary offering. There is really enough of them in the city, but if you sell them, it should be unique, regional, something you showed us at the glass with the glass, Julie. Yeah, that's right. Yes. How are the merchants acquired? We now have trouble finding merchants. We have a lot of people who want to come, but not everybody is quite fit to run the market stalls. And some don't want to work outside because of the weather. And some think it's very romantic. I can sell my stuff. But yeah, there's wind, there's rain, there's snow. So you have to, when there's a public announcement, you have to make very clear what they are facing. Yes. And others want only to sell snacks, like, I don't know, the Vienna market, if you know it. It transferred the Naschmarkt totally from a grocery market to a snack market where you can have food or drink. Yes, we don't want this either. It should be a good mixture. And the merchants should find good conditions and affordable rents. Like we said, it can't be too pricey for them to be there. Which customers should be addressed? Yes, well, you want it as a market for the locals. It's better known than Munich is better known. Venice is better known than Munich in the world. It should be a market for the locals, but the tourists are, the cash cows. So they are the ones spending money and maybe for stuff, not the fish, maybe for stuff like an apple, okay, and for snacks as well. So this is how it's in Munich. The tourists go to Fischwitte. It's a famous fish restaurant. And there they spend the money. It's our income then too. And then in the passing they go, oh, okay, I buy a sausage, I buy this and that. That's, yeah, the running around at the market. Yeah. So who should run the market? Yeah. Yeah. Our goal is to make the Viktualienmarkt fit for the future in order to offer the merchants good business opportunities at favorable conditions. The city of Munich wants to promote trade and small businesses. At the same time, visitors should feel comfortable and at their Viktualienmarkt. To us and the city of Munich, there is no doubt in running the market as municipal market. However, as a member of the GFE, it's Association of German Markets, and experts on markets throughout Europe, we also know that privately run markets are very successful. The question is here, in which decision must I'm so sorry. Which decisions must be subordinated to profit and how the municipality or the residents can get involved? And as I understand, the people have to get involved to do something. What are you doing now in March with the conference? They have to know what it's about. Why it's important to have the market? Not only for historical reasons, but because it's a market in the city. It's a place where all come together, and it has to be preserved. You can't just buy everything in the supermarket. And how should the market be advertised? Of course, online and social media. There's no alternative. There has to be more done. The market lives from its charm, emotions, local connections, and people who work there. Photos are simply the best way to show all of this directly. The market should become a fixed weekly destination or a magnet for visitors and not only just randomly visit because of the Rialto Bridge. Events should take place at regional festivals or customs, including seasonal offers, and be planned in cooperation with suitable partners. There may also be specific sale days, for example, Fish Friday, or special offers on Bad Sales Day. Our merchants don't sell very good from Monday to Wednesday. So maybe special events to get more people. I don't know, on Monday the carrots are 50% down or something like that. So we are looking forward to the following lectures from the other cities and the exchange. It's just some ideas. I think we have to discuss a bit more, and hopefully we can learn from each other. And thank you very much for the attention.
Really.
And so that you have us in your mind,
Oh,
we
thanks.
brought a little present. One for you.
Thank you very much.
And one for Sebastiano, where is he?
Sebastiano.
He's outside. We can bring him. We can bring him.
Thank you. It's really kind. So what I propose to you is to go on with the next market, and then maybe before coffee time, we will have a few minutes to discuss, or at the end of the afternoon. We'll see at what time we arrive. So now we have adesso abbiamo il mercato di Bruxelles con Claire Billen, che vi dico poche parole su di lei, è professore emerito di storia dell'arte e dell'archeologia alla Libera Università di Bruxelles, dove si è occupata di storia urbana comparata. Come vedete, anche i nostri ospiti sono diversi nella loro collocazione professionale e abbiamo tenuto molto a questa varietà di interlocutori. Ci sono accademici, ci sono operatori e crediamo che sia utile, come dicevo questa mattina nella mia relazione introduttiva, che questi diversi punti di vista si scambino delle idee. Quindi Claire Billen è in partenza un accademico, ma un accademico che si è occupata di storia urbana comparata, si è molto occupata di Bruxelles perché questa è la sua collocazione logistica, è una medievista di formazione, ha concentrato i suoi studi sui mercati e artigiani e su come essi come tutto lo spazio urbano sia condizionato dalla presenza di queste persone, cioè spazi e persone insieme, spazi interni e spazi esterni. Del resto l'abbiamo sentito anche per il caso di Monaco, gli spazi aperti con le condizioni atmosferiche, il problema del freddo, del caldo, della pioggia, eccetera, e gli spazi interni o coperti dei mercati. Il bene comune negli spazi pubblici, che è un tema, credo, assolutamente cardine nei nostri ragionamenti, in particolare nelle città del Belgio, ma in particolare nel mercato di Bruxelles. Grazie, Claire. English o in French, non so, quale lingua cioè siete in grado di Claire preferisce, credo, parlare francese. È una cosa che può andare al pubblico o no?
Merci. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir invitée et de me permettre de parler en français, la seule langue que je parle vraiment correctement. Alors, je vais commencer par un très petit aperçu historique de la vie commerciale à Bruxelles depuis le Moyen-Âge, en vous montrant cette carte qui est une des premières cartes qui existe de la ville. C'est la carte de Braun et Augenberg qui est très connue, hein, qui se situe dans leur volume sur les villes du monde. Et quand cette carte est dessinée, Bruxelles a déjà évidemment une longue histoire derrière elle. C'est une carte de la deuxième moitié du XVIe siècle. À ce moment-là, Bruxelles est une ville de cour, c'est le centre de la domination des Pays-Bas méridionaux et c'est le siège des gouverneurs de ces Pays-Bas. Bruxelles est une ville qui a une longue vie commerciale déjà derrière elle et dont les marchés se présente comme un réseau de places qui se situe le long de deux itinéraires. Un itinéraire qui vient... la carte n'est pas orientée, le nord est en dessous. Hein, ici, le nord est en dessous. Un itinéraire qui vient de la Meuse et qui va vers la Flandre. Un itinéraire qui vient de Cologne et qui va aussi vers la Flandre. Et un itinéraire qui vient de France et qui va aussi vers la Flandre. Donc la Flandre, et plus tard, à l'époque d'ailleurs de cette carte, Anvers sont les pôles économiques principaux des Pays-Bas qui sont alimentés notamment par le commerce bruxellois. Alors, comme vous le voyez, vous avez plusieurs places donc, qui s'égrènent le long de ces itinéraires. Au centre de la ville, vous avez la Grande Place, qui est évidemment la plus connue. Et à partir du XVIe siècle, vous avez toute une série de marchés qui vont aussi se localiser le long des bassins du canal. Donc la bourgeoisie bruxelloise qui est en relation permanente avec l'Escaut, avec la Flandre et plus tard donc avec Anvers, va réclamer la percée d'un canal qui va joindre la ville directement à Anvers, et les marchés au XVIe siècle vont avoir tendance à migrer le long du canal. Donc c'est le rond le plus mince là, qui se trouve sur la carte. Alors, Bruxelles, voilà évidemment la Grande Place, c'est le marché central, mais comme vous venez de le voir, il y a toute une série de marchés à Bruxelles. La Grande Place, c'est simplement le plus grand d'entre eux et surtout le lieu du pouvoir municipal. Et un lieu de commerce, bien sûr, mais c'est surtout un lieu de pouvoir. Bruxelles est une ville drapante, donc une ville qui fabrique du drap. Et ici, vous avez derrière donc l'hôtel de ville qui se trouve, qui a été construite au XVe siècle, vous avez une longue rangée de toits en chède, et qui est l'équivalent de ce que vous nous avez montré ce matin, le parangone. C'est en fait la halle au drap. Et donc, c'est la seule représentation qui subsiste de ce bâtiment très important, mais qui montre la très grande force de la fabrication et du commerce du drap de laine à Bruxelles. Cette halle est une halle qui a été construite par la ville pour les fabricants de draps et pour les marchands de draps. Alors, Bruxelles, comme ville de pouvoir, a évidemment été au centre de toute une série de tiraillements politiques, et au XVIIe siècle, elle a été brûlée en très très grande partie, bombardée par Louis XIV, et donc une grande partie des bâtiments qui se trouvaient non seulement autour de la Grande Place, dont la grande halle que je viens de vous montrer, ont brûlé, de même que tous les bâtiments qui se trouvaient tout autour des marchés, ces marchés étant au centre de la ville, et le centre étant le plus touché par le bombardement. Et donc, ce que nous voyons aujourd'hui à Bruxelles, c'est le résultat de la reconstruction de la ville. Après ce bombardement, une reconstruction qui a été extrêmement rapide. Donc la Grande Place telle que nous la connaissons aujourd'hui, c'est le résultat de la reconstruction de Bruxelles après le bombardement. Une reconstruction très rapide à cause de la force des marchands et des commerçants qui ont immédiatement voulu se ménager de nouveaux espaces de marché, encore plus beaux que ceux qui étaient là précédemment. Et donc, la vie commerciale bruxelloise est restée extrêmement active pendant toute la deuxième moitié du XVIIIe siècle et également au début du XIXe siècle. Mais au XIXe siècle, on change progressivement de type de commerce. Donc, les marchés sont de moins en moins des marchés de plein air. Ce sont de plus en plus des commerces de boutiques ou bien des commerces couverts dans des grandes halles de ce genre, ou alors les commerces de luxe qui sont rassemblés dans des galeries marchandes Donc tout le début du 19e siècle, à Bruxelles, on va construire des galeries marchandes pour abriter les commerces plus luxueux. Ici, cette gravure est intéressante parce qu'elle montre la cohabitation encore d'une part des verdurières, ça se passe tout près de la Grande Place, hein, des verdurières de rue, hein, avec derrière les galeries Saint-Hubert qui ont été d'ailleurs construites sur le site des bouchers, hein, du marché des bouchers bruxellois. Dans la deuxième moitié du XIXe siècle, on va presque entièrement supprimer les marchés de plein vent et on va plutôt consacrer le commerce à des magasins sur un énorme boulevard que l'on va percer dans le nord de la ville et qui va couper en fait en deux la ville centrale. C'est un boulevard à la parisienne où il y a des cafés, des marchands de luxe, des commerces spécialisés, des cinémas, dès qu'il y a du cinéma, des grands magasins, etc. Et voilà, autour de 1900, une vue, mais il y a toujours quelques marchands ambulants. Alors, le grand problème de Bruxelles, ce sont les chantiers. À partir du moment où Bruxelles devient une capitale de plus en plus internationale, la ville va se moderniser à pas extrêmement rapides et des chantiers immenses vont se développer, comme vous le voyez, à 2 pas de la Grande Place. On voit l'hôtel de ville dans le fond, mais on va creuser, on va supprimer les anciens quartiers, etc. Et donc ces chantiers vont se poursuivre à travers fin 19e siècle et pendant toute la première moitié du 20e siècle, ce qui va faire que Bruxelles devient une ville carrément inhabitable malgré le patrimoine très important qui reste sur son territoire. Et donc elle va perdre, voilà, la voiture aussi, hein, va envahir l'espace d'une façon extraordinaire, et donc cette grande place n'est plus qu'un parking, et ce sera le cas aussi pour toute une série d'autres espaces de marché qui subsistaient tant bien que mal dans le centre de la ville. Et donc la ville va perdre des habitants à très très grande vitesse, et donc perdre bien entendu des ressources aussi en très grand nombre. Voilà une ligne démographique qui vous permet de voir que la chute très importante qui se passe à partir des années 60, 80 du XXe siècle, il n'y a presque plus d'habitants à Bruxelles. Alors, cette situation vraiment catastrophique, qui se solde bien entendu par un abandon des maisons, un abandon de l'espace public, un abandon du patrimoine également, même la Grande Place est en très très mauvais état, va subir heureusement un retournement au moment où la Belgique va changer de forme d'État, donc elle va se fédéraliser et la région de Bruxelles va obtenir, avec beaucoup de lutte, une forme d'autonomie de son gouvernement et plus spécialement une autonomie de son gouvernement urbanistique. Et ça va se dérouler à partir de 1989. Et le problème, ça va être de faire en sorte que les espaces publics centraux puissent être restaurés et permettre l'arrivée de nouveaux habitants, parce que la région vit en fait de la fiscalité qui pèse sur les habitants. Elle est très très pauvre, puisqu'il n'y a plus d'habitants. Elle offre du travail à la Belgique entière, mais il n'y a plus d'habitants qui payent leurs impôts au siège de la région, et donc il faut réattirer des habitants. Et une des choses qui va être faite, c'est de travailler profondément sur l'espace public. Et donc là, vous voyez, donc c'est l'espace public central. Toutes les lignes bleues sont des projets et des réalisations de rénovation de l'espace public, petites places, petits jardins, squares, etc. Et le thème des marchés va être pris pour diriger, si vous voulez, cette rénovation de l'espace public central. Alors, c'est intéressant d'abord parce que c'est la seule chose, les rues sinueuses, les placettes du centre, ce sont encore les derniers témoignages des marchés. Donc, sur le plan spatial, c'est le seul patrimoine qui reste, en quelque sorte. Et en plus, sur le plan immatériel, alors vous avez le bénéfice de tout ce qu'on raccroche à l'idée de marché dans l'imaginaire urbain. C'est-à-dire, la profusion des marchandises, la rencontre des habitants, le mélange des populations, etc. C'est un imaginaire qui est sympathique. Et donc, à la fois, cette idée, ce support matériel qui est l'espace public qui reste des marchés, et cet imaginaire des marchés qui, en plus, subsiste dans la toponymie de la ville, c'est quelque chose qui va être extrêmement efficace. Et donc, les dirigeants de la ville et de la région bruxelloise ont demandé aux historiens de documenter de façon scientifique, académique, véritablement, ce qu'était la vie ancienne des marchés, de façon à implémenter en quelque sorte dans les projets urbanistiques certains des aspects de cette histoire des marchés. Et donc, j'ai participé personnellement à ce travail extrêmement intéressant. Mais ce qui est le plus intéressant, me semble-t-il, donc voilà, ça c'est une des publications qui est sortie de ce travail. Le Pentagone, c'est le centre de Bruxelles, parce qu'il a une forme de pentagone. Et donc, voilà ce que ça a donné. Donc, à chaque fois, ici, c'est la vieille halle au blé, c'est le premier marché au grain de Bruxelles. Il y en a plusieurs par la suite, dont on a, par exemple, accentué la forme triangulaire qui était typique de cet endroit où était située la halle des grains bruxelloise. Vous avez ici, ça c'est un marché plus récent, la halle Saint-Géry, qui est donc un marché du 19e siècle qui a été entièrement rénové et qui aujourd'hui est réaffecté. Vous avez ici le canal et les environs des bassins qui étaient le marché aux poissons, le marché aux briques, le marché au bois, etc. À partir de la deuxième moitié du XVIe siècle, on a recreusé les bassins du canal pour réévoquer cette présence du canal à l'intérieur de la ville. Ici, tout près du canal, encore un marché au grain, un nouveau marché au grain, il s'appelle le vieux marché au grain, mais c'est aussi un marché au grain, qui est devenu un espace public relativement accueillant. Mais donc, ce qui est le plus important, me semble-t-il, c'est le fait que les habitants se sont emparés de cette nouvelle façon de voir la ville et se sont intéressés aux projets sur les marchés. Et l'ont, en fait, s'en sont appropriés. Alors, à Bruxelles, il faut vous dire qu'il y a une vie citadine très, très riche. Donc, c'est une vie qui a été très politisée à cause des grands chantiers que je vous ai montrés, de la destruction de l'espace de la ville a provoqué énormément de prise de conscience. Et il y a une démocratie du terrain qui est extrêmement vive, et notamment des comités de quartier. Donc chaque quartier a son comité de défense. Alors ce sont des commerçants, des habitants, des propriétaires fonciers, etc. Et je vous ai ici mis le début du site internet d'un de ces quartiers qui est tout à fait central et qui rassemble une grande partie des espaces de marché du centre. Et voilà un comité qui lutte de façon permanente pour faire remonter au conseil communal les revendications des habitants et notamment des revendications qui sont liées à la qualité des espaces, la qualité des commerces, par exemple l'importance de la mixité dans le quartier. Ce comité, par exemple, lutte contre la multiplication des Airbnb dans le centre. Donc ça, c'est quand même assez intéressant à voir. Et donc, tout ce travail sur l'histoire des marchés a été récupéré par les comités d'habitants, parfois de façon un peu sauvage par rapport à la vision académique que l'on peut avoir de l'histoire de la ville. Ce quartier s'est auto-nommé quartier Saint-Jacques, bon, parce qu'un jour, il y a eu, au Moyen-Âge, il y a très longtemps, une confrérie Saint-Jacques dans le quartier, mais tout de suite, c'est devenu une étape du pèlerinage de Compostelle, évidemment. Alors, ils ont demandé, ils ont exigé d'avoir des pavés avec la coquille Saint-Jacques. Donc, il y a évidemment toujours un peu de jeu, mais ça, c'est évidemment très important aussi de voir la vitalité de l'appropriation. Alors voilà, c'est aussi devenu, ce quartier est devenu le centre de la communauté gay, qui s'est très vite aussi approprié beaucoup d'espace dans ce quartier. Et donc, il faut vous dire qu'à partir du moment où on a commencé à travailler au début des années 2000, et entre 2000 et 2015, l'augmentation de la population dans ces quartiers centraux où on a travaillé sur l'espace public, était de 2,2% par an, ce qui est le double de l'augmentation progressive de la population au sein de la ville. Alors, il n'y a pas que les habitants qui se sont appropriés l'histoire, et notamment l'histoire des marchés, il y a aussi la promotion immobilière. Donc, il restait encore pas mal dans ces quartiers centraux de terrain vague, comme celui que vous voyez là. Donc, il est à 2 pas de la Grande Place, encore une fois, vous le voyez. C'est une photo relativement récente. C'est un terrain vague qui est en l'intérieur d'îlots, donc relativement difficile d'accès, donc difficile à acheter. On n'entend pas. Ah oui, pardon. Et donc, on a fait des fouilles sur ce terrain et on a découvert tout le quartier des bouchers. Hein, on a trouvé des ateliers de travail des cornes, de travail du cuir, et aussi des terrains d'abattage. Vous voyez ici, vous avez tous les mandibules de bœuf hein, qui se trouvent, c'est un terrain d'abattage. Donc, pour vous montrer l'endroit où c'était, c'est vraiment en face à la Grande Place, donc le quartier des bouchers sur la gauche. Et là, finalement, on a réutilisé tout ce passé qu'on a redécouvert relativement récemment avec les fouilles, et ça a été réutilisé de façon publicitaire par le promoteur immobilier au moment où il a racheté le terrain, et il en a fait une plaquette de publicité avec des travaux, des petits articles d'historiens, et de façon à finalement y réinstaller de l'habitat. Et aujourd'hui, donc, le projet est réalisé donc, en intérieur d'îlots. Ce n'est pas de l'architecture de première qualité, je ne vais pas... mais enfin, ça veut dire que c'est de nouveau quelque chose qui va revivifier l'habitat dans une ville qui avait perdu l'essentiel de ses habitants. Alors, maintenant, donc il n'y a pas que l'habitat, il y a aussi le tourisme. La Grande Place est devenue patrimoine mondial de l'humanité de l'UNESCO en 1998. Et donc, évidemment, le tourisme s'est accru de façon assez importante. Et la ville s'est interrogée sur comment faire pour ajouter à l'attractivité de Bruxelles à côté de la Grande Place. Et une des choses qu'elle a trouvées, c'est de transformer les boulevards que je vous ai montrés tout à l'heure en un immense piétonnier, donc entièrement arboré avec des petits jardins de tous les côtés. Donc c'est un très très long piétonnier. Mais évidemment, alors là, on a une concentration touristique très très importante qui n'est pas nécessairement favorable à l'amélioration de la qualité du commerce et à l'amélioration des activités qui pourtant sont redevenues relativement vivantes dans le centre de la vie. Voilà, je vais conclure parce qu'il est temps. Donc, si on doit tirer une conclusion, donc on se demande quel avenir pour les commerces de tradition qui étaient typiques du centre-ville. Du point de vue qui est celui de la présence rencontre, on pourrait pointer les éléments suivants. Le recours à l'histoire des espaces publics et à l'histoire de la matérialité des marchés anciens a accompagné de manière positive la requalification urbanistique de ces espaces. Les acteurs fonciers attendaient que des moyens leur soient fournis de réenchanter les espaces dégradés qui étaient en leur possession ou qu'ils s'apprêtaient à acquérir. Les récits des historiens documentaient la vie ancienne de lieux que des décennies d'abandon avaient totalement invisibilisés. Effacés de la pratique de la ville, des discours pouvaient être produits qui accompagneraient les restaurations, les réaffectations, la réoccupation des friches, la promotion immobilière. Les nouveaux habitants allaient loger quelque part, en des lieux personnalisés, et si l'on voulait l'éradication des taudis et des parkings sauvages sur les terrains vagues, si l'on voulait un retour des habitants au centre, la réussite est certainement éclatante et inespérée dans sa rapidité. Mais que dire par contre de la vie commerciale et artisanale? Des fonctions essentielles pour la vitalité urbaine. La fragilité est toujours son sort. Actuellement, les changements d'usage de la ville, encouragés par les transformations urbanistiques et de mobilité, obligent à une plasticité qui n'est probablement pas à la portée de la plupart. Des études déjà classiques indiquent que la piétonisation favorise les chaînes et la restauration rapide. Cela se vérifie à Bruxelles. Sans un soutien volontariste des pouvoirs publics, il ne semble pas que les commerces spécifiques et de niche puissent vraiment se développer dans l'environnement qui est aujourd'hui construit. Ce type de magasin, donc les magasins spécifiques, les boutiques d'artisans, en fait, migrent vers la périphérie, et la périphérie des quartiers résidentiels plus riches. Il faut dire qu'au centre, vous avez beaucoup de population, mais c'est une population relativement jeune qui n'a pas qui ne consomme pas ce genre de choses. Les marchés vivriers, alors il y avait encore quelques marchés en plein air, mais très très peu. En fait, elles sont également en périphérie. Il y a actuellement 100 marchés en plein air, mais des marchés hebdomadaires en périphérie. On y boit, on y mange, on y rencontre des gens, mais ce qu'on peut y acheter est relativement cher, et donc, là encore, il ne s'agit pas véritablement d'un approvisionnement de tous les jours. Il y a très très peu de marchés populaires encore à Bruxelles. Il y en a encore un près de la gare du Midi. Et il y a aussi le vieux marché, le marché aux puces, seulement en semaine. La Grand Place elle-même n'est plus qu'un marché aux fleurs touristiques sans véritablement fonction. Donc, la régénération urbaine par les marchés est certes une voie prometteuse pour autant que les acteurs de terrain s'en emparent, mais elle ne peut contrecarrer, me semble-t-il, les grandes tendances de l'usage des centres-villes, celui de leur consommation narcissique, ludique, distraite, peu propice à l'épanouissement véritable d'un commerce et d'un artisanat de qualité. Et donc, il faut compter plutôt sur l'aide des pouvoirs publics pour les entrepreneurs qui veulent changer un peu les choses dans ce sens. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Claire. Tout d'abord, et là c'est vraiment une remarque personnelle, parce que surtout au début de sa présentation, elle nous a donné l'impression que après tout, les historiens servent à quelque chose. Alors, donc, là, je me sens un peu rassurée. Scusate, ho detto, per quelli che non capiscono, non seguono il francese, il fatto che abbia cercato di dimostrare che in fondo gli storici sono serviti a qualcosa anche per intervenire nel mercato di Bruxelles mi sembra, dal punto di vista degli storici che fanno parte del comitato scientifico di questa impresa, un po' rassicurante. Detto questo, le conclusioni invece sono piuttosto pessimiste e riportano a una questione di fondo sulla quale torneremo sicuramente con alcuni degli interventi che seguono, che è il ruolo delle pubbliche amministrazioni rispetto a queste operazioni di rinnovo. Io volevo solo proporvi 2 o 3 piccolissimi punti che secondo me sono importanti per la discussione successiva. La discussione magari la facciamo dopo, adesso facciamo la pausa caffè, ma già da questi 2 esempi che abbiamo sentito il problema delle differenze cronologiche mi sembra essere porci una serie di punti interrogativi importanti, perché noi abbiamo sentito parlare del Victualienmarkt di Monaco, che ha 200 anni di storia alle spalle, e il mercato di Bruxelles, che come quello di Rialto è un mercato di fatto medievale, che ha una storia lunghissima alle spalle. Io sono molto portatrice a favore di una storia urbana comparata, però è chiaro che dobbiamo stare molto attenti in tutto questo. Non è che le comparazioni siano sempre fruttuose dal punto di vista del ritrovare delle analogie. Qualche volta troviamo delle abissali differenze e su questo credo che sia importante essere abbastanza cauti. L'altra questione che mi sembra importante e che è emersa in entrambi i casi è il ruolo e l'importanza del supporto materiale e del fatto che il supporto materiale, gli edifici, gli spazi aperti, gli spazi pubblici, quello che è l'insieme dei beni comuni, inevitabilmente porta con sé la memoria delle persone, l'importanza e il ruolo della memoria delle persone e la riuscita o meno appropriazione degli spazi. Questo mi sembra un grosso tema che apre a una serie di riflessioni da parte nostra di grande importanza. In entrambi i casi abbiamo visto sono in corso dei processi di rinnovo però, e questo è in fondo l'aspetto nodale che ci ha portato a riunirci qui in questo momento, perché la grossa differenza nel caso veneziano è che processi di rinnovo proprio non ce ne sono. Noi assistiamo a un processo di degrado, punto e basta. Allora, questo è il grosso punto interrogativo che abbiamo di fronte agli occhi. Processo di rinnovo nell'un caso e nell'altro attraverso gli edifici, gli spazi aperti, l'appropriazione dell'acqua o del bordo dell'acqua, insomma una serie di questioni che hanno anche degli effetti inquietanti o forse negativi, come cosa significa rispetto alla promozione immobiliare, cosa provoca il rinnovo rispetto alla promozione immobiliare, dagli scavi archeologici alla valorizzazione dei terreni e quindi alla realizzazione di edifici nuovi che hanno un valore totalmente diverso per la popolazione. Nel caso di Bruxelles, sicuramente diverso da molti dei casi italiani, non solo Venezia, pensate a quasi tutti i centri storici, noi abbiamo perdita di popolazione, il calo demografico, questo 2, non so quanto che ha citato Claire, di crescita demografica è sicuramente un fenomeno diverso, forse portato anche da fattori diversi, la presenza della comunità europea, non lo so, questioni di governo europeo o di governo nazionale, non lo so, però è sicuramente un aspetto che ci deve far riflettere. E gli effetti della pedonalizzazione, sulla quale però io vorrei richiamare un pochino quello che dicevo stamattina. Io sono convinta che Venezia possa essere il paradigma di una qualità della vita maggiore rispetto a molte altre città. Noi il problema della pedonalizzazione, se Dio vuole, non lo abbiamo perché siamo comunque pedonali. E questo non è un valore da poco. Facciamo mente locale a questo fatto. Gli spazi sono ridotti, quasi tutti raggiungibili a piedi abbastanza rapidamente, quindi gli effetti negativi o che spaventano della pedonalizzazione in alcune grandi città di tutta Europa, in molte delle città di tutta Europa, insomma, noi abbiamo il vantaggio di non averli e di avere facilmente, credo, realizzabile una qualità della vita molto alta, che in fondo dovrebbe essere una spinta, a me pare, rispetto a quelle riflessioni sulla modernizzazione del mercato realtino che ci ha fatto riunire qui oggi. Detto questo, se qualcuno ha qualche commento o domanda da fare ovviamente la parola è a voi, se no andiamo a prendere il caffè e poi ricominciamo con i mercati greci, il mercato di Salonico di fatto. Qualcuno vuole prendere la parola, fare domande o porre quesiti o commenti? Dopo. Allora andiamo a prendere il caffè e ricominciamo con il mercato di Salonico. se prendete posto, prima di tutto cambiamo chair e al mio posto verrà Gianmaria Varanini, che come avete sentito stamattina è membro del comitato scientifico e presenterà lui i prossimi tre mercati, che sono Salonicco, Londra, mercato e museo della città, e Firenze, mercato centrale di San Lorenzo. Come? Ah, scusa, è Zagabria, certo. Che testa, scusa. Quindi sono 4 in realtà. Ok. Allora, questi sono i due greci. Se ne hai voglia, se hai bisogno di aiuto me lo dici. Okay. Sì. Jasenka.
Va bene, buonasera. Ecco, io faccio parte del comitato scientifico più che altro per la benevolenza di Donatella Calabi. Ecco, abbiamo fatto alcuni incontri, ho cercato di segnalare di fare qualche riflessione insieme agli altri amici, agli altri colleghi. Ecco, ma il cuore di questa, non so, missione, impegno, idea è lei, come ben sapete, come sappiamo tutti. Ecco, allora riprendiamo i lavori di questo pomeriggio e l'intervento che adesso ascoltiamo è relativo al mercato di Salonicco. Il titolo è semplicemente Salonicco. Ecco, i nostri 2 relatori sono Styliani Lefaki, professore associato di storia dell'architettura, appunto all'Università di Salonicco, e si occupa appunto, dello spazio urbano, è un architetto e quindi appunto sicuramente ci darà una prospettiva importante di questo processo. Insieme a lei presenta Venetia Tsakalidou, che appunto ha collaborato con lei e partecipa appunto a progetti di ricerca, fra l'altro anche con qualche contatto con lo UAV qui a Venezia, e credo che lavori appunto come architetto, come urbanista a Salonicco. Quindi gli do loro la parola. Mezz'ora di tempo, giusto?
Sì, giusto. Sì. Grazie mille. Grazie per questo invito. È una tavola rotonda molto interessante, e anche questa guida oggi, it was exciting. I will speak in English. Together with Professor Tsakalidou, we will present you the market of Thessaloniki in the frame of urban regeneration. And therefore, we will have to give some information about the unique characteristics of Thessaloniki's market in order to clarify the meaning of the interventions. I will speak about the historical data that form the situation of today, and Professor Tsakalidou will speak about the contemporary interventions mostly. Regeneration means involvement of people, means empathy and thinking. And in this direction of involvement, we have organized a workshop recently in Aristoteles University of Thessaloniki, together with 2 other universities, the Karadeniz Technical University of Trabzon in Turkey, and the Hochschule für Technik in Stuttgart from Germany. And the workshop was dealing with intercultural experiments with the urban space of Thessaloniki's market and the way young people with different cultural background experience it. And their means of expression was the moving image. So they have produced films, short films, and we would like to end our presentations with two of them. So, when somebody visits Thessaloniki, is mostly impressed by its market. It's the heart of the city. And due to Thessaloniki's strategical position, the market is a meeting point between East and West, and crossroad not only for goods, but also for cultures, religions, and ideas. And that constantly for 2,350 years. So we speak about the market of a city, a historical coastal city, that was always an important port with an intensive hinterland and a hub on the Silk Road network. And this market of Thessaloniki lives for this 2,350 years intensively in exactly the same area of the city. The same shops are one over the other, and that was proved recently by the excavation of the subway, who brought into light the early Byzantine market, which has the same layout as the market of today, and the same shops. So we have found, for example, silversmith shops, one over the other for centuries. During the Roman period, Thessaloniki was an important hub, and on the Egnatia Road, the Via Regia, between Rome and Constantinople. And the branches of Egnatia were extended till the Danube area. So the port of Thessaloniki was the natural exit for Central Europe to the Mediterranean. During the Byzantine era, the trade activities expanded towards the Balkans, to the entire Balkan area, and towards the east. And what was important of that period were the trade fairs. They were mostly connected with religious events, and some of them are still alive even today. And the most important of them was devoted to the patron saint of Thessaloniki, Demetrius. Therefore, it has the name Demetria, and is still a very important factor for Thessaloniki's commercial and cultural life. Under the Ottoman rule, the population of Thessaloniki increased significantly with Muslims, Christian, and Jewish population. The Jews came from Spain in 1500, and they gave great impulses to the commercial life of Thessaloniki's market. The Ottoman regeneration took a lot of care of the market. It was a very important point of the central point of the city, the central area of the city, and the regeneration took care of the Ottoman tradition that was combining trade with religion. Therefore, in the urban tissue of the market, lots of buildings like mosques and other buildings were added and enriched its urban tissue. Very important among them were the vacufi. The vacufi was a bequest, a lascito in Italian, whose income had to be used for public purposes and for religious or venerable institutions. That created a market that was not only a place for trade, but also a place for merchants, for travelers, it was a place where people could pray, orphans and homeless could find shelter. Was a place of recreation and also of public health. So it was a place of cultural interaction and exchange of ideas at the same time. And that left, of course, important imprint in Thessaloniki's urban area. For example, the caravanserai, which is standing on the place of the original one, has its name and its typology of the original one. Caravanserai was the palace for the caravans. Very important were also the khans, which are the urban hotels of the time, and they were hosting travelers, animals, trade, and also ideas exchange. A very important building that still remains is the Bedesten. Bedesten is a type of building known in the Muslim countries. It is a stone brick closed market for the safe storage of valuable goods and textiles. It was also used as a stock market exchange of that time. There is only one Bedesten in its city, indicating the center of the market and also the connections with international trade routes and the Silk Road network. Around the Bedesten and the mosques, the market was expanded of mostly covered bazaars, and where shops and workshops they were grouped according to the traded goods. And also the market issue was enriched with other buildings like hammams, baths, and imarets, and so on. During the 18th century, still under the Ottoman rule, Thessaloniki lived in economic prosperity. Many Western countries have established their diplomatic missions in Thessaloniki, so the city, had at that time a cosmopolitan character, and also late 18th century and 19th century, the city changed due to the industrial revolution of the time, the new transportations, infrastructures, and so on. So new buildings, new type of buildings were added to the tissue of the market. And some of them, some of the existing ones also changed and were transformed in more Western type buildings, like the Hans that turned into the Western type passages. And so so passages and arcades were forming a secondary urban issue that was hosting the expanding market activities. And the big change of the market of Thessaloniki, but also for the town of Thessaloniki, was the demolition of the waterfront wall of the town in 1870 that opened Thessaloniki markets to the sea and to the harbor. And of course, it opened also areas of the market to the sea, like the Ladadica area, which is a very important part of Thessaloniki's market, where warehouses are gathered, mostly warehouses for oil. So this area also expanding from the center of the town towards the harbor. In 1912, Thessaloniki was annexed to the Greek state. And shortly after, during the First World War, the city was flooded by the Allied forces. So soldiers and officers were filled Thessaloniki and were excited mostly by its market, by the colorful market and the multicultural tradition of its market. And they left behind a lot of photographs and artworks as evidence of its life. And that proved to be very useful because in 1917, a huge fire destroyed almost the whole city center and the biggest part of its market. The regeneration of the city happened due to the plan of Ernest Ebrard. Ernest Ebrard was a French architect, urbanist, and archaeologist at the same time. And with his team, they did this plan for Thessaloniki, taking great care of its market. The market was planned in exactly the same area as it was, trying to keep its traditional characteristics. And of course, the Bedesten, who was saved from the fire, was again the center of this area. The market lived after, gained its intensive life, and and the market digested also the changes that came after in a very creative way. And these changes were the population exchange due to the Lausanne Treaty, where refugees, thousands of refugees from Asia Minor, Eastern Thrace, and Pontus came to Thessaloniki, while the city's Muslim population abandoned it. Ebrard has foreseen an administrative center close to the market, though this center was not realized because the excavations brought to light the Roman agora, the Roman market. So the market of Thessaloniki was unexpectedly extended in time and space. And that could happen with the findings of the subway excavations, which were very important at the time and could act as a unifying factor for all the monuments of Thessaloniki that were scattered in its tissue, and became also a regeneration pole of the urban tissue. Instead of that, these findings were put into boxes and carried away to form something like a Byzantine Disneyland somewhere else outside the urban tissue. This, of course, triggered the public discussion about the market and its cultural resources. It was a big discussion that followed the discussion of 1978, when we had a big earthquake that damaged almost all the buildings. So the buildings were about to be totally destroyed. And what happened after, in direction of their protection, showed, among others, the fear of loss of Thessaloniki's urban identity, the fear of loss of its market.
So without a market, you can't talk about a city. From what we have heard today, markets have been thriving in the center of cities for a long time now, being not only a place for distribution and supply, but also a meeting point. Today, markets of Europe stand as jewels because of their architectural and historic qualities, while bazaars in the east act as integrated systems that structure their cities. In her thesis dissertation called The Bellies of the Hungry Cities, which was completed under my supervision, Eleana Spragathou analyzed and compared public markets of the East and the West, identifying the evolution of different typologies and architectural characteristics. Milestones in Europe, starting from antiquity, with clear typologies of square or orthogonal plans, with arcades and galleries and atriums, and bazaars, living organisms of the Middle East that expand indefinitely and cross the city, show us actually that Thessaloniki, being a cultural crossroad, as Professor Lefaki indicated, right in the midpoint between East and the West, has been in fact a hybrid example which combines elements of the European markets and bazaars of the Middle East. So the whole market zone consists of different areas like Agora Modiano, which we will talk right afterwards, the Kapani area and the Bedesten with blue, and the Ladadica district. These all have been the main poles of Thessaloniki's urban regeneration. Storage houses, galleries, passages, banks, office buildings, khans and sarais, the Bedesten, of course, right in the center, churches, mosques, have created and continue to create an interesting urban complex throughout history for not only trade activities, but also recreation and cultural events and touristic uses, of course. The Agora Modiano, which is expected to open at Christmas, is regaining its role as the central food market. It was built in 1925 by architects Eli Modiano and Zach Oliphant. And when it was built, it was strongly connected to the regeneration of the city right after the fire of 1917. It covered a surface of 2,700 square meters with 144 shops, and its innovative architecture and construction methods expressed the spirit of the time. Although it was declared as a listed monument in 1995 after having experienced many decades of glory, Modiano began to decline and decay in the last years. And today, after 100 years, its construction, a new chance has been given to regain this splendor of the past. So the architect's goal was to deeply learn from the building and understand the monument and distinguish its material and immaterial qualities while dealing with the global trends. For 4 years of experimentation and design and evaluation, they focused on the concepts of simplicity, authenticity, rhythm, light, lightness, materiality, and people. We can see some pictures of their models. According to architects Morfo Papanikolaou and Cleopatra Theologidou, the unique spatial atmosphere of Modiano lies exactly in its interior space, with a great height and the natural light coming from above and the delicate metal roof trusses. So this dynamic void that condenses history, collective memory of the people, materiality, and typology was reinforced in meaning by adding one more role to the market and transferring it as a place of meeting and culture. What they did is, on the rooftop of the shops, they proposed a floating platform, an elevated piazza for all public, accessible to all, where they could have cultural activities and act as a meeting place, as a place of experience, but also belonging in the city. Kapani, or Vlali market, unlike the Modiano market, which was always intended for more loaded wallets, has had a popular character. It consists mostly of passages and pedestrian ways across the axis of Aristoteles, next to Modiano and the Bedesten. And it's following, as Professor Lefaki said, the plan of Ebrar for the bazaars. It's today one of the few places where time seems to have stopped. The word kapani comes from the Turkish phrase un kapan, which means to buy flour, a wheat market. And its whole atmosphere and certain outdated tactics, such as bargaining, continue to exist even today. It's a market which symbolizes abundance, low cost, and variety, a very lively market, where you can find almost everything from food, spices, clothing, footwear, crafted furniture, and other surprises. Of course, diverse cafes and traditional taverns spring up and gather young people mostly, students, but also travelers who enjoy their meze, their treat, dawdling through the market world. After the earthquake of 1978, several structural problems were caused in the two-story high buildings of the market, and then a demolition and redevelopment program was announced for the markets. But they aspired to create a shopping center, and luckily this plan was aborted as 3,000 shop owners were opposed to the decision. So they actually saved the market, and the place was declared as a historic area under protection due to its importance of the homogeneity in the morphology, but also as it existed in exactly the same place as the market of the Byzantine and the Ottoman period. In 1997, when Thessaloniki was a cultural capital of Europe, the passages were pedestrianized and glass canopies were added on top of them to protect them. Specific land uses and operated regulations were imposed, and I believe that one of the most important was that the cafes were kept at a percentage of 5% only of all shops in order to preserve the traditional character of the market. And as Kristina and Birgit pointed out earlier, the Kapani project was initiated in 2016, which was a multi-thematic parallel event of the Demetria Festival, trying to promote the market, but also to include a new identity through cultural and musical events. The Bedestan was also restored after the earthquake by the Byzantine Authority of Antiquities in 1990, but this restoration was in full accordance with the shopkeepers and its owners who were involved in the whole procedure and today feel carriers of its tradition. And lastly, the Ladadica district, which is a historic district covering 6.5 hectares of the city, near the port of Thessaloniki. It consists of two areas, Lower and Ano Ladadica, where the Jewish quarter was in the lower area, and the Italian merchants and the French merchants formulated the Frango Mahalas in the upper area. It was one of the most important commercial centers for centuries. Its name comes from the word ladi in Greek, which means oil, because there were wholesale stores and warehouses where olive oil was sold. And before World War I, certain brothels and traditional taverns began to emerge, and the area lost its momentum, so it started to decline. In 1985, it was declared as an area of cultural value because of the special architecture of the 19th century buildings and the narrow streets network between them. But there was no methodical approach for the integration of Lower Ladadica to the city fabric, and there were no restriction of uses imposed. So due to its proximity to the sea, but also its picturesque image, it was transformed into a live recreation area with numerous bars and clubs where the oil shops once stood. So mass tourism overcame any bearing capacity of this area, and today it is a bit difficult even to walk through from the tables and chairs of the cafes and restaurants. The upper area of Ano Ladadica, which is where our workshop took place, has been an active market even today, although the shops tend to be substituted by department stores, we can see how it's a coexistence of remains of the period before the fire with eclectic buildings of the early 20th century and office buildings of many stories of the 70s. There are numerous khans and galleries that are mostly abandoned, and these radiate a certain charm to the young people mostly and the students, and also to some sporadic permanent residences, Airbnbs, and lifestyle hotels. The attractiveness of the market often carries risks, and the promised investment profits may be followed by interventions that jeopardize the character of the market. The risk can be even greater when there's no strategic planning for the whole of area, planning to save the cultural legacy of the market as an organic part of a city. So there are some few scattered interventions, mostly private initiatives by young people that with sensitivity and awareness have tried to restore some khans, but these are not enough to regenerate a Brar's dream and highlight the features and cultural resources of this unique city. Some of them, as Ypsilon or the Ben Susan Khan, offer, besides the entertainment activities, also some cultural activities. This is a photo of our workshop taking place in one of the Khans. And as a closing remark, Thessaloniki's markets follow a quite lonely path, as the area around them is still searching for its lost identity. The metro station works have injured the city fabric for many years now. Agora Modiano is raising questions about its smooth integration of its elaborated premises into the city fabric. And of course, mass tourism has been playing with Thessaloniki's brand name in a quite superficial manner. So the market of Thessaloniki, we believe that it knows its sustainability depends strongly on the exploitation of its cultural resources and the continuation of this unique identity. In the two short films that follow of our workshop, we shall see that there are places that act during the day as hubs for food or other supplies, while at night they are transformed into these lively condensers for socializing and nightlife, reflecting at the same time the gastronomic wealth of our city and the multicultural dynamism that it hides. In the first film, titled The Urban Flamenco, the students have tried to depict the habits and the soundscape of the city, choreographed in an original manner. I must say that they were inspired by the inauguration of the Cervantes Institute in the Jewish Museum of Thessaloniki, which took place right at the same time with our kickoff meeting on the 9th of October. And the second film, called Tinnitus, is about the dipole, the two worlds that exist in the market today, and the past and the present, the night and day, and it plays with the theme of hearing noises and recalling flash memories. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy them. No,
Ok.
now we're finished.
Bene, allora dicevo, ecco, grazie anche di questi contributi. Come avete sentito, un caso particolarmente complesso, no? Con trasformazioni urbane violentissime negli ultimi 150 anni, sia dal punto di vista urbano che poi incendi, avvento delle popolazioni greche, terremoti, ecco, quindi una situazione nella quale, come dire, la cui unicità sta forse più nella pluriculturalità di questi mercati giustapposti. Insomma, ecco, credo che ci siano appunto molti ragionamenti che si possono fare anche su scale molto diverse rispetto a quella di Venezia. Grazie mille. Allora adesso è la volta di Sharon Ament, che è direttrice del museo di Londra, della città di Londra, e che così ha una lunga esperienza in vari campi della, diciamo così, di attività culturali con responsabilità anche a livello internazionale, ecco, e adesso si occupa di questo grande progetto di trasformazione appunto di questi spazi del mercato delle carni, se non ricordo male, della città di Londra. Quindi le lascio la parola per la sua esposizione.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm sorry I don't speak Italian, but I will speak English slowly. I was in 2014, in October 2014, I was taken by the hand of somebody called Eric Reynolds to go and see the market building in Smithfield. It is 10 minutes away from the Museum of London in London Wall, but it feels like a world away. And he took me to see the market because the City of London Corporation, who owns the markets and runs the markets in the City of London, had a problem. They didn't know, they needed a solution for their late Victorian market. They tried to develop it into a big commercial development of office buildings. And through the passion and energies of a group of people called SAVE, who built a campaign to save the market, that was no longer a possibility. So the development had to be stopped. And they needed a solution for it. That solution was the Museum of London. I now realise, sitting here and listening to everybody's discussions about their own markets, as to why I felt that this was an extraordinary, compelling thing for us to do, to move our museum. And I've never quite understood it until this moment. I've always loved being in going to markets. There are markets all around the UK. I visit markets all over the world. I love it. I love it because I realise today that they are really democratic places. And whether you hear, the story from Thessaloniki about a market being a place of where culture connects and people connect, makes me feel very assured that taking a museum and putting it in a marketplace will mean that we will be an absolutely extraordinary museum, because the fabric of that marketplace, which has existed for over 900 years, will influence and is influencing how we are creating a museum. And I'll take you through our story now and hope to show you how that works. So after 2014, we took 6 months to decide on whether or not we would take up this wonderful offer and move a whole museum. And we thought about it then as moving a museum. Now we think about it as a total transformation of not just our museum, but of a whole area, in a way which we feel will create a very charismatic and extraordinary experience and interchange of people's ideas and people's experiences. Anyway, we announced that we would move to Smithfield in March 2015. And here is Grayson Perry, the artist, who made that announcement for us. It's been a great big long project, and lots of things have happened in between that I could not have expected. However, this is the museum when we were built in 1976. The museum is that building that wraps around the Ironmongers Hall in the central part of the City of London. We have the big dark building built over us and going through us. We're very close to St. Paul's, but 46 years ago, 40 odd years ago, this is what London looked like. And now, when you visit our museum, which is a very difficult thing to do because we are hidden, you will see that the central business district of London has grown up around us. So we are in a place which no longer has the same sort of connection that markets are ideally built for. We're in a place which is closed off from the ground, closed off from being a real meeting place. And frankly, people can't find us. But unfortunately, it was ever thus. So this was the day before we opened our building in 1976. That was our front entrance. Try and get into that if you can. Tomorrow, the Queen, Her Majesty, will open the Museum of London. I hope she finds it. For 40 years, we have been battling against bad architecture that did not understand how people engage with the world. What we know, what you all know, is markets know that intuitively. You know, from our walk around this morning when Donatella was talking about the need for flexibility, the need to change, the need to marry the front of house and the back of house, that connectivity, all those things, just, that's why our museum's going to be a great solution for a market that was closing. Anyway, this is where we're moving. This is what we're transforming, but mostly this is what is transforming us, and that's the real difference. This is transforming us. So this is a late Victorian market that you can see here. It had been abandoned for 30 years. It's the technique that often happens, isn't it? Abandon a building and let it decay, and then it falls down, or then you can do nothing else with it. So, attention. It's a really important moment when your buildings are left empty. Anyway, we have taken this on. It would not be a market. So that's the kind of important thing. It was never going to be regenerated as a market. But these are the wholesale markets. So not the public markets, but the wholesale markets of meat. It was fish, it was vegetables, but very quickly became just selling meat because that was the most profitable commodity and in such demand in Victorian England. There it is from an aerial view, and you can see where the Museum of London at that end of the the area will be. And it's from the left, we have the general market, opened in 1881. Next to it, you have the poultry market. Now, that opened in the 1960s, but the original Victorian market, that's because the original Victorian market had burnt down. And then you have the 1850s Victorian market there, which still exists as a meat market, but that is changing. Very important buildings outside of the city of London, which is ruled and regulated. So like the Rialto market, on the edge of the areas of governance, out of control, because we all know markets can be really wild places, and they are. You know, this need to tidy up markets was really brought into play by the Victorians, who took away the live meat market, which is described by Charles Dickens, and created and built this modern meat market. The desire to control and to keep wildness away, always on the edge of the city. Here it is again, and when you look south, you can see how close we are to the river, because we're on the banks of the old River Fleet. Here are some images of it. It was built by Horace Jones. He was the architect who built Tower Bridge. So that's the bridge that often people think is London Bridge, but it's not. He was very good at building markets. It's a steel structure. In one sense, nothing special, actually, and I think that's really good. That it's not too precious. It's a wonderful building, but it hasn't been designated as it hasn't been given a protection designation, which is very interesting, but much loved by many people. Shops on the ground floor, offices going up, and a big central area. So we come along and we decide to somehow make this work as a cultural place. And we appointed architects, Paul Williams, Asif Khan and Julian Harrop. And how we started to think about the project really was the project and the space exerting an influence on us. And so we've established a set of criteria and principles which are still evolving, actually, going towards the kind of living nature of this space. So this principle, Julian, how we chose these architects was because we said we wanted architects, we wanted a big practice to partner with a small practice. We wanted our project to have a positive economic influence on everybody who works with it. So we want partnerships to come together. We want people to build careers, exercise ideas, create new possibilities together. So we said to the architect, so in our architectural competition, we set some really powerful metrics. We had an advisor, because, you know, I don't run international architectural competitions every year, do I? I just don't know how to do this. But we had an advisor, and he said, he gave us a threshold of the turnover of architects. He said something like they should have an annual turnover of something like £15 million. And we looked at that and thought, my goodness. And we looked at what happens in the art world of architecture. 1 minute you've got £15 million coming through your business, the next minute you've got £500,000. If we had chosen that threshold, we would have only had the applying. So we said, no, we want to have £2 million. We nearly had an fell out with our advisor. I won't tell you his name. You can come and ask me afterwards. Never use them. Okay, so one of the great things, and it goes back to markets being in the right locations. This market is on the edge of the City of London, right slap bang in the middle of London, actually. It's remarkable that it was saved from development in the 70s, 80s and 90s. Remarkable. And that's actually because of the governance of the City of London. God bless them. So we have, it's in the centre, like all markets, of transport. It's at crossroads. So we will move from being a museum which you can't get into to a museum you can't miss. We are right next to Farringdon Station. Farringdon Station, with the Elizabeth line that's just opened, is 2 stops away. We will be 2 stops away from Paris and Amsterdam, 2 train stops. We will be connected to a quarter of the population of the UK, of England, will be able to visit us within an hour and a half. We can get right across London. And this suddenly opens us up in a way. And of course, that's because markets needed people to flow, goods to flow in and out, people to get in and out from all parts of the world. This is what it looked like. This is the general market. So this is some of the kind of characteristics of the building. This is what it was like in the 1960s. This is what it was like in the Victorian period. Look at that canopy. On the left, your left, number 4, is the engine house, which was a furnace that drove the coolant. The building behind it was one of the first cold stores in London, at least. It might have been in England. And with the invention of refrigeration, it meant that meat could be brought from all parts of the British Empire, as it was then, from New Zealand lamb, very famous in Britain. So this enabled the market to extend. And my colleague, Alex Werner, he's just retired, he's got a latent research project about how this place, Smithfield, affected the environment in New Zealand as we exported grass seeds to plant to feed sheep to bring back to Smithfield. So the kind of connection to this, from this place to the environment across the world, very interesting. Anyway, our vision started out, and it still is, that we're really about London. Of course, we're the Museum of London. That kind of makes sense. But we are interrogating what it means to be London, a place of hyper-diversity, a place that goes through the night, a place of the richest and the poorest, a vibrant, energetic place to be, a terrible place to be, all those things at the same time. This is our vision. We had a vision when we set out with our project. It's changed somewhat, but not a lot. And we created and we looked at our mission. And what's really important about this mission, so in effect, what I'm saying is, and this amplifies it, the story of moving this museum became a story of transforming ourselves and what a museum could be, the power of the place. And the most important line here is the line at the bottom. So, in doing all of this, we aspire to be a force for good in London, as London must be for the world. A very bold declaration of we're here to do good as a museum. It's hard to test sometimes, and we have to keep asking it, but it's a very big challenge to us, and it's a big challenge to London. And with the museum, we crystallised our objective to be London's shared place in the middle of it all. And I would argue that this could not happen if we were not going to a market building. And then we developed the ways in which we would do this. And, you know, lots of people have standard values that they put in their awful brand values that become meaningless, don't they? They say things like integrity, creativity, entrepreneurialism. It means nothing. It could be any organisation. This is how we're crafting the way that we want to be. The museum contains the London collection, 7.5 million objects. Some of them are hugely individually powerful, like this object here. This is the vest that King Charles I was wearing when he was executed and had his head cut off in London, one of our moments of rebellion. And so we can tell the story of one thing, but we can tell the story of a whole population. So we have 10,000 shoes in our collection. They go from the earliest part of Londinium, Roman shoes, right through to today. And you can look at how people have changed in size, what they wore, the wealth of people. You can look at shoe design, you can look at pollution, you can look at lots of things to do with people's shoes and feet. So the whole population over time, or just one dramatic moment. We're about people, place and time, and we are mapping our content and how we tell the story of London across these spaces. And this, once again, is how a museum space has shaped how we intellectually inhabit this place. So it's like wearing another person's clothes. You can't make the clothes, well, you have to fit the clothes. You have to get into it and find out how to live in this space. And this is how we're living in it. So going back to here, a museum of a city is about people, place, over time. We chose time as our organising dimension. And we plotted the time frames over each of the big spaces in this museum, in these two market buildings. There's two buildings with a road going between them and a railway line underneath. And you will be able to see the trains going through the museum. This is remarkable because this whole complex, this whole campus, helps us tell the story of London in a remarkably new way. This is what the plan of the buildings at the ground floor level looks like. And what we go from is a building with one entrance that no one can find, to up to having, on a normal day, 5 entrances open and up to 9 entrances should we care to open every door. That is really tough for a museum because the standard practice, like any gallery, is go through one door, go through security, check everything, get your tickets, be controlled. For some parts of our society, and sometimes those doors are made to be so imposing, intellectually imposing, that they are very difficult for people to think that they're a place for me. Think of the British Museum, the kind of neoclassical, massive columns. It's enter if you dare. Here, as a market, people just go in and out. That's what they were made for. They're super efficient buildings, in and out, flowing in. And for the Museum of London, we will be connected to the street. And of course, we may have 250 people in our museum. We may have about 30 curators, but there's 10 million curators out there on the streets. And that's important. It's not us that are curating London, it's everybody, and that's a really big thing. So, a few years ago it looked like this, and when we said we were going to inhabit this space, we started to work with the people around us to say we are coming. And this has also been a real feature of the museum. This is Kieran in 2017. He was a butcher. He was a butcher, but he's left now. And he was an apprentice butcher. And he's a really good story in terms of how people come to London. He had no job. He lived in a northern town. He needed to find work. Being an apprentice butcher is not easy. It's very hard. You have to work during the night. And he came from Wolverhampton and did that job. And he ended up being a very big hoarding at Smithfield. This is what we're imagining it will be. We are due to open in 2025 and be fully open to the public in 26. So 3 years now, this is the big rundown to it. We are closing our museum at London Wall. We've had to find out about the buildings and understand the buildings, and we found that there have been vaults that we didn't know existed, and we found that there are shops that we didn't know existed. So the vault's on the left, the shops are on the right. The shop on the right is very interesting. When the markets opened, the marketplaces across England had a very liberal alcohol drinking. They were very liberal alcohol drinking environments. So you were allowed to go to a pub and drink alcohol early in the morning. This did not exist in the rest of society. This chap here on the right, he hated alcohol, part of the temperance movement. He was a Liverpudlian entrepreneur, and he set up what were called temperance cocoa rooms, and he opened his non-drinking cafes as to counter the hyper-alcoholic spaces that existed in Soho or here in Smithfield. And we found this, so we are going to make it a cocoa rooms again. We're inhabiting this is being conserved now by the architects. The windows, actually, this is an early image, are not going back, but that's the cold store. And we're filling in the gap between the cold store as an open space for activities. And like you said, Donatella, about promenading, about the event, about events, and simply being there. As I said, spilling out onto the street, but using that canopy to put the word London writ large. Funnily enough, nowhere in London do we have a great big sign that says London. So of course I'm going to do it. And of course I'm going to say, this is the centre of London. Of course this will be Instagrammable. Of course the Mayor of London will want to do an interview under a big sign that says London. This will be the place where London starts, I will say. Oh, on the corner there, you can see the cocoa rooms. We will open that, and I want that to be opened. Cocoa rooms, no alcohol, 24 hours a day. That's going to be interesting, isn't it? Around the building are shops facing outwards and facing inwards, of course. The ones that faced inwards fell down. That was part of the dereliction. The ones that are facing outwards and make our kind of belt, or the crust as we call it. The green ones will be managed, will be the museum in various ways. The white ones, we will invite partners to inhabit the space with us. So we are thinking of this, we're thinking of ourselves like a coral reef. A coral reef is an organism comprised of a multiplicity of other organisms. And it's not about us letting people in to rent our spaces. It's about, as a whole community, saying together, how can we do more for London? How can we think more about London? How can we contribute together about, more about London. Sorry, I'm getting all my words mixed up, but you know what I mean. This is about a partnership, and whoever inhabits those spaces with us must want to be in a museum that gets 2 million visitors, must relish the thought of sitting next to another organisation, and we will all do projects and work together, and that's going to be really interesting. And we're just concluding our work on the model for our partnership model. What won't happen in there will be, I know that Starbucks will come knocking on my door, and they will say, "I'd love to have one of your shops." Of course they would. But we're not going to do that because I don't know the question would be, so what are you doing to add to London? And I think they won't be able to answer that. So we're reconfiguring the spaces inside to look at how we could all live together. When we first did this, and this is how our ideas are evolving, and it's been shaped by the pandemic, of course. When we first did this, we did think we will allow people in and come to rent our space. They won't be the normal people, but we'll all get on together. Now we're thinking, hang on a minute, our own teams should be part of that. So we move now to a model, and this is actually freaking my colleagues out because museum people are not quite used to this, where I'm saying we're all working in a co-working space. Museums need to learn from other institutions and other organisations. That's how we're going to change and be more effective. Not just sitting in our own offices. So that really will shape us. The streets are going to look a bit like this, and there's all sorts of imaginative ideas. How's about you ask a really, some London icons like Rough Trade Records to come and inhabit the space with us? Are they pop-ups? Do they last for 2 or 3 or 4 years? How does the model work? And my colleague is just working on this now with all sorts of input. But what it does mean is that we will spill onto the street, and being inside and outside is really important. This is what it will look like when we are done from the air, and what this really needs to aims to show is that we are really greening up the museum. So we've retrofitted this building. It's cost us an arm and a leg to do it. It's costing an arm and a leg, but we will be one of the most environmentally sustainable museums, and we are setting all sorts of new standards associated with retrofitting this old building. We are reusing about 85% of all the materials. It's quite extraordinary. One idea is to really riff off of London itself. So these are images that you may be familiar with from your cities. And how do we make this into an external view, an external conversation with London itself? So we will be wrapping our building as well in words. We will be opening into the night, very important. So another mantra that we have, which is to be the best museum for London, we need to actually be like London. A market building enables you to be like your city. That is 24 hours. So how can we do that? Late into the evenings. The general market building itself, we are stripping away, but half of it's fallen down, so we're having to stabilise everything, but keeping that character. And the wonderful shop that you took us to, Donatella, you will feel very comfortable in this is our time, part of the London Museum. Early picture kind of looks like this, but not really. In the 1960s building, we take on this amazing roof built by Arabs. And so we will have a different pace and feel to the museum. And over on this side, this is future and imagine time. So the museum goes, so a city starts to think about that. We think about the future. We're not just thinking about the past. It has temporary exhibition space. It goes down into the basement where we have our collections in deep time. We have events in our time. Our time is London within living memory. Our galleries are considering London in ways which you will feel familiar with, but the stories we're telling and the voices who are included in those stories are very different. We go down into the galleries through this wonderful staircase, which will show the layers of London's geology. We, as I said, will spill out into the street. Very early image. We have a train that runs through the museum. You will be able to see the museum from the train and the train from the museum. And this is almost, not quite, the site of the first ever underground railway through London. So it's this London story. On the left, that is what that space looked like about 5 years ago, and it will look considerably different soon. Going back to that, and this is what real time will look like. So this is our street. We have a street that runs between the two buildings. It's called West Poultry Avenue. This is our latest drawing, so you can see how the drawings are evolving. This is a really evocative space. If we are to be like London, this road, this street was, we want to retain it almost as a street. We have to put glass at either end, but I want it to be open from 7 a.m. So that people walk through it. For it to close at midnight, I want people to be able to walk their dogs through the museum. This is highly unusual in British museums. I've taken lots of pictures of Italian museums. And it becomes a place where we all like to be together. And we will be creating and making new traditions. And here's just two of them before I wrap up. So the object on the right, the bell. This, I think tradition and ritual is really important. And I don't know why ritual is only something confined to times gone past. So that bell there was the last bell that was ever cast in a famous bell foundry, in the Whitechapel Bell Foundry. It was closing a few years ago. We asked them to cast the last one, and it says round it, for us, and it says round it, "We are London." And so, when the museum opens and when the museum closes, we are going to ask a visitor to ring the bell. We might ring it on other special occasions as well. So we build a ritual into being who we are, and I think that is extremely important. But also at the same time as that kind of simple ritual, on an analogue really, on the left-hand side you can see hyper-connected, real-time data in a river of data, that's the Thames. Real-time is about what's happening in London now. How many births, how many deaths? I don't know how we're going to get this data. That's my next big challenge. How we visualise it is the next big challenge as well. But we've got some big partners around to help us, so that we show that the museum is a living place and London is alive, and it's in partnership. So I will conclude there. I've got a million other slides to go through, but I don't want to keep you all much longer. But I will go back to that simple point. The characteristics of the market, the demographic, fluidity, permeable, ever-changing place that a market is helping us to be the very, very best museum for London. Thank you.
Bene, come avete sentito, Sharon e Ament ha, come dire, dato largo spazio alla descrizione di questo museo così ambizioso, così insomma, straordinariamente complesso e nella sua progettualità molto ricco, ecco, ma come dire, ha intercalato questo discorso, meglio, sì, ha premesso e intercalato a questo discorso anche una filosofia della storia, cioè una progettualità, diciamo, genuinamente legata a un'idea del passato, no? Di questa, ecco, e quindi è un discorso certamente, appunto, come dire, di molte miglia superiore alle grandezze che possiamo concepire in altre città, compresa la piccola Venezia di 49.000 abitanti nella quale ci troviamo a operare, ecco, ma naturalmente è un discorso estremamente ricco, estremamente stimolante. Ecco, grazie molte e adesso il tempo corre e adesso è il momento di ascoltare l'esperienza di Umberto Montano che parla del mercato centrale di Firenze e ha una esperienza in queste, diciamo così, non so se rigenerazioni, ristrutturazioni, ripensamenti, ecco, di spazi di mercato in Italia.
Che spero di continuare a raccontare bene come pensavo di fare prima dell'intervento di Sharon. Sharon, you fascinated me because you put on the best dream that someone that do what I'm doing in Florence, Milano, Torino and Rome could be the perfection. But before to explain you in case you need, I need to speak Italian because that's my question. So before to start to speak about Mercato Centrale, vorrei poter dire la mia in merito al contributo che dobbiamo dare al progetto Rialto in merito a questo progetto. No? Il primo fra tutti che mi sono immaginato ascoltando gli altri relatori, peraltro bravissimi, tutti portatori di esperienze straordinarie, ma la prima fra tutte è il bene comune. È da lì secondo me che si deve partire, perché il bene comune si deve gestire, non è un'opzione, è un atto dovuto dalla nostra amministrazione pubblica e si può farlo anche col privato, perché no? L'importante è costruire quelle giuste sinergie per farlo così come si possano rispettare tanto le norme quanto quel senso etico che porta a dire facciamo insieme per fare bene. Come dice Sharon, con positive economic influences, se no non ha senso di farlo. E queste influenze positive in economia devono essere tanto per la popolazione alle quali si dedica un progetto, quanto per la pubblica amministrazione, perché no, e per l'investitore che poi mette in piedi un progetto laddove dovesse essere un'attività privata. Ed è tutta una questione di attualizzazione. Rialto è stata splendente, potrebbe tornare ad esserlo, perché no? Bisogna solo attualizzarla, cioè costruire un progetto per Rialto che tenga conto dell'esigenza del mondo attuale. Non si deve pensare di virare il mondo per tornare a fare Rialto come era una volta, altrimenti non c'è ragione. E qui c'è bisogno di un'altra grande dote che subito ha messo in campo Sharon: passion and energy to save the market. Ci sono? Perché se non ci sono queste doti, secondo me, non si può dare vita a quel democratic place che potrebbe rappresentare la nuova forza del Rialto futuro. Quindi è tutto lì il tema. Dunque mi permetto di parlare del mio progetto. Il progetto Mercato Centrale, che è nato a Firenze nel 2014, e che si è articolato in fondo intorno ad alcuni aspetti importanti che hanno appassionato Sharon, direttrice di un museo, e me, portatore di un grande progetto nella ristorazione. Cioè io ho provato a raccontare attraverso il gusto quello che di meglio c'è in Italia, ma senza mai allontanarlo dalla cultura, dalla bellezza, dall'arte, dall'esperienza italica a tutto tondo, perché in fondo è questo che segnala la nostra differenza, che marca la differenza fra il nostro paese, che ha molte cose da raccontare, ed altri che ne hanno da raccontare magari su altri fronti. Ma questo è sempre stato un primato del paese Italia giusto sarebbe esserne rispettosi custodi, anzi generosi divulgatori, se possibile. Quindi l'idea è semplice: noi mettiamo al centro di un progetto complessivo quelli che si chiamano artigiani del gusto. L'Italia vanta un primato straordinario, credo che sia poco discutibile: si fa la cucina più buona del mondo. Poi non ci siamo mai chiesti chi sono i veri protagonisti di questo primato, no? Io parto innanzitutto dalle nostre case. La fortuna dell'Italia è che in casa, ovunque, ci si occupa seriamente di cibo. Da nord a sud, non importa le nuove generazioni, non importa le province o le città. Il cibo per noi è un argomento serio, importante, e lo colleghiamo attraverso quella più bella ancora attività che è legata alla bontà del cibo, che è la convivialità. Noi vogliamo stare a mangiare tutti insieme, tutti ad una certa ora, conversare e fare del momento in cui siamo a tavola una vera ragione di vita. Ecco dov'è il primato. È così che noi diventiamo più bravi. E intorno a questo primato però ruotano dei protagonisti, perché noi passiamo molto tempo a tavola e quel tempo che passiamo a tavola vogliamo sapere che sia fatto bene, sia fatto di qualità. È la qualità, quella che fa la differenza. E noi sappiamo che vuol dire il pane buono, la pasta buona, la pasticceria fatta bene. Sappiamo perfettamente se è cotto bene o male un piatto di carne. Per cui è attraverso questi elementi che noi dobbiamo giungere al valore primario della cucina italiana. Chi fa bene tutte queste cose? Lo fanno quelli che noi chiamiamo gli artigiani del gusto. Il bravo panettiere, il gelataio, il salumiere, il pastaio, il macellaio sono i veri grandi protagonisti di questo grande progetto, che in una virtuale piazza della bontà crea intorno al cibo cultura, condivide bellezza, genera condivisione e mette in piedi progetti. Ovviamente ogni mercato è simile, perché il progetto è uno, nasce da una sola testa, è guidato in un solo modo, però poi ogni territorio detta le leggi. Io potrei fare benissimo un mercato centrale a Londra, tenendo conto di quel territorio, come lo potrei fare a Venezia o a Salonicco. Il tema è tenere in conto sempre il territorio, poi ruota intorno all'idea, intorno al progetto, quello che ha in mente il mercato centrale, che è quello di costruire un sistema che non trascuri l'importanza di un edificio. Mercato centrale non può stare in un edificio qualunque, ha bisogno di un edificio importante perché deve appassionare tante persone, deve appassionare la città, deve essere amato dal contesto in cui si trova e non lo puoi fare in un edificio qualunque. Difatti le nostre 5 locazioni sono tutte in edifici particolarmente prestigiosi delle città, che però sono proprio per potersene permettere il lusso, visto che sono attività dirette, di investimento diretto. Noi non abbiamo alle spalle grandi fondi di investimento, non abbiamo attività pubbliche, noi facciamo tutto con i nostri soldi, per cui lo facciamo laddove questo vale la pena e abbiamo individuato nel filone delle attività con bisogno di recupero il filone giusto per fare la nostra attività. Quindi nel centro della città, ma in edifici da recuperare, che noi facciamo molto bene e molto volentieri. Poi sono collocati, se possibile, in città in cui convergono sia i cittadini che con i turisti e soprattutto abbiamo bisogno di strutture importanti, non sotto i 3.000 metri quadrati. Così, con questi presupposti, nasce il progetto Mercato Centrale. Il primo è nato a Firenze nel 2014 e di questo mercato parlo un pochino perché è stata l'idea che ha avviato per la prima volta l'attività e capire come poi da questa matrice si sono sviluppati tutti gli altri. L'edificio è di Giuseppe Mengoni. Mengoni è lo stesso architetto che ha fatto la Galleria Vittorio Emanuele a Milano, è un architetto che ha fatto storia e nella Firenze che ambiva a diventare capitale d'Italia c'era bisogno di grandi restauri, per cui si cercavano grandi architetti. Si creò questo straordinario edificio combinato di struttura muraria ma soprattutto di ferro e ghisa, come allora andava di moda, e se ne fece una specie di hall nel centro della città. Era destinato questo mercato a mercato delle piante e fiori. Grande, grandissimo, 3.500 metri quadrati, alto 37 metri, bellissimo, una struttura vetrata che doveva essere il prestigio forte della città di Firenze. Si è sviluppato però, perché i mercati in fondo erano un modo perché le persone avessero l'opportunità di andare a comprare merci che gli servivano, e questo è un tema, è una chiave vera. Cioè, i mercati stanno e funzionano dove servono, dove non servono più, non funzionano più, non c'è niente da fare. Per cui questi mercati che servivano addirittura negli anni 70, perché si trasformava via via aggregando sempre più prodotti da vendere all'interno di questi spazi, diventava il luogo di rifornimento di tutta la città. Per cui si andava a comprare carne, pesce, verdure, tutto quanto in questo stesso posto, tant'è che negli anni 70 questo mercato alto 37 metri viene diviso in due per creare uno spazio superiore e aumentare gli artigiani che c'erano dentro a vendere prodotti, per cui si divide in due il mercato: al piano terra carne, pesce, pollame e poco altro, al piano superiore, appena creato, si vendevano soprattutto frutta e verdura. Ed è stato uno splendore per tutti gli anni 80 fino sul finire degli anni 80, quando i supermercati, la vendita online, le esigenze di comodità delle persone che avevano sempre meno tempo da spendere per andare a fare la spesa o a cucinare, ha portato questo luogo a diventare deserto. Cioè il primo piano del mercato centrale di Firenze non serviva più. Pensate che questo posto, che era stato diviso negli anni 70 con un'ingente spesa da parte del comune, è comunque apprezzabile perché in fondo è stato attualizzato. Quindi nasce piante, lo adeguano e lo fanno diventare mercato, lo adeguano e lo fanno diventare mercato più completa, lo adeguano e cambiano. Quindi il mercato è vivo, come viva deve essere l'interesse dell'amministrazione della città verso questo spazio, questi spazi così importanti, così preziosi. Secondo me è un obbligo dell'amministrazione. E allora accade che sul finire degli anni 80 il mercato non ha più ragione di essere così. Diventa per la città addirittura una spina nel fianco, e per un sindaco molto attivo addirittura una roba da risolvere. E la risolve come? Buttando fuori gli ultimi 3 o 4 ortolani che erano rimasti al piano di sopra del mercato centrale di Firenze, lo restaura in maniera molto sommaria e indice una gara di evidenza pubblica per gli imprenditori della città. Chi viene e paga un affitto importante può fare un'attività di impresa, basta che voi me la fate capire, passa la gara di evidenza pubblica e io ve lo affido. Gara andata deserta 3 volte, perché nessuno era interessato a spazi così grandi, così impegnativi e così difficili da gestire, perché il tema del caldo e del freddo, dell'acqua che entra, è caratteristica di tutti i mercati del passato, perché quasi sempre sono delle tettoie che coprano le teste delle persone, non sono un edificio vero e proprio che ti permette di climatizzare e far vivere nel comfort gli avventori. Dunque in questo spazio c'era tanti pregiudizi, e posso anche dirla in fondo, non dico una cosa non vera e può far ridere. Allora il sindaco della città fece andare un grande imprenditore, ben più grande di me, che si occupa di cibo in Italia, e gli fece visitare lo spazio. E questo grande imprenditore nel visitarlo disse: da qui non cavate un ragno dal buco, non verrà mai nessuno al primo piano di questo spazio. E quindi lasciò perdere, non mostrò interesse, con somma delusione del sindaco, che poi arrivò a me e che per tutta una serie di combinazioni invece poi ho fatto la gara, me la sono aggiudicata e ci ho portato dentro il progetto della mia vita, che per quanto mi riguarda è la sintesi di tutta la mia vita professionale. Cioè io mi sono occupato di ristorazione tutta la vita, ne ho capito le tematiche, ho capito le problematiche e ho capito quali erano i veri vantaggi del nostro buon modo di fare da mangiare, unito a tutti quegli altri valori della cultura, dell'arte, della bellezza, della musica, che secondo me potevano diventare il vero asset di un grande progetto che si sviluppa. Ed ecco che nel 2014 ad aprile apriamo al primo piano del mercato centrale di Firenze quel posto che per Oscar Farinetti, è quello l'importante imprenditore che è andato prima di me, era un luogo da cui non si cavava un ragno dal buco. 3 milioni di visitatori il primo anno. Al centro della città, nel 2014, a 140 anni esatti dopo la prima costituzione di questo spazio, nasce il Mercato Centrale di Firenze. Eccolo qui, poco dopo averlo aperto. Noi abbiamo inaugurato il 23 aprile del 2014 con un'attenzione speciale alle attività di comunicazione, perché sì, nel mercato servono, mi riferisco alle colleghe di Monaco, serve tantissimo l'attività di comunicazione per far funzionare i mercati, ma proprio tanto, e devi farla bene. Abbiamo aperto all'inaugurazione nella piazza del mercato oltre 10.000 persone. È stato per tutti gli artigiani che erano presenti un inferno di lavoro, perché voi sapete cosa vuol dire dar da mangiare a 10.000 persone tutti insieme. E a notte fonda, quando avevamo finito la serata, l'unico elemento che io avevo a mio favore per poter invitare tutti a non scoraggiarsi, a riprendere con vigore il giorno successivo era: non vi preoccupate, domani sarà il primo giorno vero di apertura, ci sarà meno gente, avremo più tranquillità per funzionare. Ecco, è accaduto che il giorno successivo ne sono arrivate 20.000 di persone e noi siamo stati presi d'assalto in questo spazio continuamente tutti i santi giorni, escluso questa maledizione avvilente che ci è capitato, che è stato il Covid. Solo il Covid ci ha fatto chiudere e ci ha fatto rallentare in maniera molto preoccupante, tanto che io ho perso un po' la tranquillità dei sonni, e che invece in questi giorni, il primo grande ponte dopo il Covid che c'è stato in Italia, nel mercato di Firenze noi abbiamo servito in 4 giorni circa 100.000 persone. Ed eccolo qua il mercato. Come si muove, come gira. Nell'ottobre del 2016 il successo è stato tale per Firenze che non potevamo esimerci dal tentare una seconda apertura e abbiamo aperto dentro un altro posto molto prestigioso, la Cappa Mazzionana. Angelo Mazzoni, che era un grande architetto degli anni 30, si occupava soprattutto di stazioni ferroviarie e di uffici postali. Apre Angelo Mazzoni il dopolavoro ferroviario che nelle sue intenzioni doveva essere il più bello del mondo, e ci è riuscito, salvo che poi dopo un po' è stato abbandonato completamente. Via Giolitti a Roma, per il lungo percorso di circa 100 metri che segna i confini col marciapiede di Mercato Centrale, è diventato il luogo più degradato di tutta quanta la stazione Termini, e voi sapete la stazione di Termini di Roma quanto sia degradata. L'apertura di Mercato Centrale ha creato nuova gioia perché è completamente cambiato il territorio intorno a noi, così come Firenze è servita perfino a dare maggior valore immobiliare alle abitazioni che sono intorno a noi. A Roma tutta quella zona di Via Giolitti è diventata tutta un'altra cosa. Ed eccola qua. La Cappa Mazzoniana è quella bellissima costruzione in marmo calacatta, ora pare impossibile da trovare, che è stata realizzata da Angelo Mazzoni, e gran parte di questo spazio è costruito con questo marmo. Andiamo avanti, apriamo Torino nel 2019. Questo è stato poi il momento di pericolo nuovo per noi, perché ahimè apriamo nel 2019 alla fine di aprile e ci ritroviamo col non compiere un vero anno intero. Arriva il Covid. Siamo talmente recenti che il Covid su di noi ha inciso in maniera molto pesante, quindi ci ha condizionato lo sviluppo, ci ha condizionato il piano industriale di sviluppo e compagnia bella. Dunque tutto questo, se escludiamo il Covid, si è affermato con una velocità impressionante. Ed eccolo qua il Mercato Centrale di Torino. Il primo giorno all'inaugurazione a Torino c'erano 25.000 persone. Siamo diventati più bravi a comunicare, è venuta più gente, abbiamo saputo raccontare il nostro progetto, e dopo 18 mesi di attesa, 18 mesi di tenuto chiuso perché non si poteva aprire, sempre a causa del Covid, il 2 settembre del 2021 abbiamo aperto l'ultimo mercato, che è il Mercato Centrale di Milano. Tutte le nostre attività si ispirano ovviamente ad artisti, a grandi artisti contemporanei, si ispirano alle attività musicali, alla musica. Questo è il mercato centrale, è evidente la ispirazione a Basquiat, no? E abbiamo attraverso questo costruito tutto quanto il nostro sistema di arredamento. E sono luoghi che vanno visti per capirne le atmosfere che creano, la forza che hanno soprattutto sulle persone. Io ovviamente ne vado fiero e insisto molto a che andiate a visitarli, perché solo visitandolo si può capire l'energia incredibile che fa Mercato Centrale. Aperto il 2 settembre del 2021, al 2 settembre 2022 ha fatto quasi 3 milioni di ingressi, ha dato da mangiare a 3 milioni di persone, è tanta roba, e ha incassato 25 milioni e ha dato lavoro a 400 persone. Il cuore del mercato sono gli artigiani, non c'è niente da fare, senza di loro non si fa bene, perché la cucina è manipolazione, per me è una forma d'arte, voglio dire. San Francesco diceva che chi lavora con le mani è un operaio, chi lavora con le mani e con la testa è un artigiano, chi lavora con le mani, con la testa e con il cuoco è un artista. Secondo me i nostri cuochi contemporanei, gli artigiani contemporanei sono tutti degli artisti, perché tutti ci mettono tutte e tre le componenti francescane per fare le loro cose belle. Ed eccoli qua, loro sono davvero i veri protagonisti di Mercato Centrale, come con un modello, e mi riferisco adesso a Monaco, con un modello che non è mai win-win in una sola direzione. Cioè l'imprenditore, l'investitore di Mercato Centrale è solo uno, siamo noi. Gli artigiani che entrano nel Mercato Centrale non investono un euro e non pagano l'affitto. Non pagano i condomini, non pagano i costi nascosti che sono la pubblicità, la comunicazione, le spese ridicole, pagano solo una percentuale del loro fatturato, senza avere minimi garantiti, per cui loro pagano il 25% le botteghe standard, qualcuna un pochino di più. E con questa percentuale che loro lasciano al mercato, il mercato paga gli affitti, organizza l'attività, dirige l'attività, e si occupa di condurre la macchina da quando apre al mattino fino a quando chiude la notte. Gestisce le casse, gestisce ogni attività, però ogni artigiano individualmente ha una sua partita IVA per gestire l'ambito specifico che gli viene assegnato, il suo piccolo spazio. Dunque il progetto diventa win-win, perché l'artigiano sempre guadagna bene, più è bravo più guadagna molto. Per noi va sempre benissimo, perché un artigiano che lavora direttamente per sé saprà sempre fare da mangiare benissimo, per cui per noi al mercato è importante non sbagliare un colpo, fare sempre cose molto buone. Questo afferma il prestigio del mercato, ne dà valore e lo fa perseguire. E immaginate un luogo che dà da mangiare a 10 persone, funziona quasi sempre, anche casa nostra. A 50 persone ci vuole già il ristorante, a 100 ci vogliono dei cuochi esperti, quando si arriva a 1000 si parla di caserma. Noi diamo da mangiare mediamente a 10.000 persone al giorno per mercato. È il modello che lo permette, cioè rendere autonomo ciascuno di loro e fargli fare solo le cose per le quali sono chiamati. Eccoli qua, la nostra squadra che fa la pizzeria. Il nostro panettiere, lui è uno dei più grandi panettieri d'Italia, si chiama Davide Longoni, è l'unico panettiere che ha anche dei campi di grano. Lì si coltiva il grano e poi ci fa il suo pane. È importante la selezione qualitativa dei soggetti che entrano nel progetto, altrimenti il progetto è modesto. Guardate che pescheria c'è a Milano. Ops, chiedo scusa. 13 metri di pescheria. Questa è una vetrina che costa 50.000 euro. C'è solo 50.000 euro di prodotto all'interno. Lo fai perché il pescivendolo si occupa solo di quello. Lo segue e lo mette a reddito con un impegno che nessuno dei miei dipendenti potrà mai fare. E questa è la passione. Lui, Sergio Barzetti, si occupa solo di riso e risotti. Questa è l'apertura di Joe Bastianic, che ha portato il suo American Barbecue sia al mercato di Milano che a quello di Firenze. questi sono i miei ragazzi della macelleria. Ed ecco come arriviamo poi a tutto il resto. Gli artigiani sono il cuore di tutto, però il mercato, abbiamo detto, non si limita all'attività del cibo, è un grande luogo di aggregazione dove l'arte soprattutto la fa da maestra. Ora, per dare un'idea, e forse Sharon può intendermi, noi facciamo opere on-site di arte contemporanea con artisti straordinari. Ne abbiamo fatto con Daniel Buren, questo è il tappeto volante di Daniel Buren, l'abbiamo fatto con Michelangelo Pistoletto, abbiamo lavorato con Ai Weiwei, con Marina Abramovic, abbiamo fatto il giardino d'inverno con Marco Lodola e ora abbiamo da poco fatto questa ultima attività a Torino che si chiama Luci d'Artista, è un'attività che caratterizza la città perché durante il periodo natalizio, in corrispondenza con Artissima, fanno grandi installazioni luminose per decorare la città. Da 16 anni non ne facevano una nuova e quest'anno noi abbiamo regalato alla città di Torino questo dubbio luminoso che proprio impera in Piazza della Repubblica e il suo punto di osservazione è proprio la piazza del Mercato Centrale. E qui sono tutti gli eventi, ne facciamo di ogni genere, ne facciamo tutti i santi giorni, ogni mercato ha in calendario da 200 ai 250 eventi l'anno e tutti raccontati con il nostro tratto grafico. Questa creatività la facciamo tutti in house. Questo è un concerto che facciamo in piazza. È chiaro che un progetto di successo si deve porre anche il problema della restituzione, no? Cosa restituisce alla città? Noi a Firenze restituiamo l'arte contemporanea con queste opere on-site importanti, a Torino restituiamo con il dubbio luminoso, facciamo concerti in piazza, tutti a titolo gratuito. È molto importante questo. Perché questo serve a creare quel collante indissolubile che mette in coesione la città col tuo progetto. Facciamo concerti di musica ad ogni genere, questa è una banda marciante divertentissima. Abbiamo fatto da poco il Festival della Cultura Cubana a Torino, che è un luogo che si presta molto bene alle attività multietniche, perché lì Porta Palazzo è il centro multietnico, secondo me, più significativo d'Europa. Facciamo concerti, dibattiti, attività ricreative all'interno di mercato, così. All'improvviso le persone le trovano, non se le aspettano. Questo è ancora il Festival della Cultura Cubana, questo è Milano. Milano è bella, vi consiglio di andarla a vedere se vi capita, vale veramente la pena. Abbiamo fatto sfilate di moda, questa è una grande sfilata di moda fatta nel Deor esterno di Milano da un giovane che si chiama Angelo Cruciani, ha avuto un successo incredibile, soprattutto di critica, perché nessuno immaginava che dentro un mercato si potesse fare una sfilata di moda di questa qualità. Queste sono le luminarie natalizie che noi facciamo a Firenze, sempre nel quadro di quella restituzione alla città. Lo facciamo per tutti i mercati e questi sono un po' dei nostri numeri. Mercato Centrale di Firenze, fatturato medio in periodi proiettato nel subito dopo Covid 22 milioni, ci sono 24 botteghe artigiani, facciamo 3 milioni di visitatori l'anno. Pensate, la galleria degli Uffizi ne fa 1,8 milioni. Questo è un posto al chiuso, non è all'aperto, quindi uno deve venire, ti deve scegliere. È al primo piano dove Oscar diceva non ci andrà nessuno. E diamo lavoro a circa 340 persone. Il mercato centrale di Roma fa 16 milioni, ci sono 21 botteghe, ci sono più visitatori perché c'è più circolo, gira la gente anche solo per prendere un caffè ed è vicino alla stazione. Qui incide un po' anche il fatto che i viaggiatori abbiano capito che c'è un luogo di qualità là vicino e lì siamo vicino a 280 posti di lavoro. Torino fa meno numeri perché Torino è Torino. Torino non è Firenze o Roma, non è Milano e quindi vicino a 10 milioni di euro, ci sono 25 bottega, facciamo 2 milioni di visitatori l'anno e 250 posti di lavoro. Ed infine Milano, l'ultimo nato, che secondo me crescerà ancora perché questi sono numeri che non hanno tenuto conto del calo di lavoro obbligato da quell'avvento terribile della Omicron che da dicembre fino a marzo, da dicembre del 21 fino a marzo del 22, ci ha tenuto tutti quanti spaventati. A Milano impieghiamo 400 persone. Questi sono i miei artigiani che vi salutano. Grazie molte. Grazie.
Bene, io ho ascoltato con grandissimo interesse questo intervento di Umberto Montano per 3 motivi che elenco telegraficamente. Primo, ho sentito l'eco del pensiero del mio amico Massimo Montanari, cultore di storia dell'alimentazione, il che lascia sperare che perfino gli storici medioevisti, come io ero, possano essere utili alla nazione. Secondo, vengo da una città nella quale poche settimane fa il signor Farinetti ha inaugurato un luogo, diciamo così, una realtà di questo tipo in un meraviglioso edificio che è la ghiacciaia dei Mercati Generali di Verona, ecco, al quale prevedo personalmente un futuro nefasto, perché lì c'è un grande problema che è quello della topografia, che è quello dell'ubicazione. Lì è un luogo, come dire, vabbè, non c'entra niente, ecco, è solo per dire che appunto queste tematiche si legano appunto a tutti gli effetti, alla storia complessa e enormemente varia appunto delle nostre città. Terzo, il territorio di Venezia. Venezia non ha un territorio, il suo territorio è liquido, è il mare, quindi insomma ci sono dei problemi. Sì, certo. Va bene, questo ecco, era tanto per attizzare un po' la discussione. Benissimo, ecco, grazie mille, è stato molto interessante. Adesso allora concludiamo perché sono già le 6:10 con l'intervento di Jasenka Gudelj, ecco, che insegna a Venezia, credo, ecco, a Ca' Foscari, ecco, ci parla di Zagabria perché lei è cittadina adriatica, potremmo dire, per certi aspetti, diciamo, ecco. E quindi, ecco, ascoltiamo... esatto, ascoltiamo il suo intervento, credo relativo a Zagabria e basta, vero? Sì.
Vediamo.
Lingua fra le tante che sai?
Allora, fra le tante che so, sto cercando di non parlare in croato quanto meno possibile, ma con qualche parolina ovviamente che descrive i posti ci sarà, qualche... mi permetterò anche un po' di sloveno, ma credo che possiamo fare un slalom tra italiano e l'inglese, tanto per concludere in bellezza. So I can change the languages in between while I'm speaking, and it is going to be quite a mixed salad, at least on a linguistic level. But as you can see, it's a very appropriate thing to do. I am an architecture and art historian, and I was living for 20 years in Zagreb teaching in the local university, but I'm also, this is my third Venetian life, questa è la mia terza vita veneziana, perché in un certo senso mi sono anche formata qua, e grazie a Donatella per l'invito per parlare appunto di questa esperienza zagabrese che in un certo senso abbiamo anche condiviso per qualche momento, perché siamo stati insieme al mercato centrale di Zagabria che vedete qua. Però dall'altro lato sono anche professoressa qui a Ca' Foscari e dirigo un progetto finanziato dall'Unione Europea che si occupa della cultura architettonica dell'Adriatico orientale, e magari la prossima volta parliamo dei mercati delle città adriatiche, che stasera toccherò in una maniera molto dalla lontana, ma bisogna pure allargarsi un minimo. Well, every Saturday morning, Zagreb, which is a town of about 800,000 people, but the metropolitan area of 1 million, go to the center of the city and have a very specific urban ritual, which is going to the market, the central one, and then you have coffee with your friends. This is one of the most important elements of the urban life. You need to be dressed well, because you might end up on the newspaper, because they are taking pictures of lovely Zagreb ladies and gentlemen who are having their coffee, as you can see. And everybody from the theater actors or the television people and all the celebrities present in town are usually on Saturday morning there. Why I'm saying Saturday morning? In the afternoon on the Saturday, the shops are closed in Zagreb, in Croatia in general. So the living city happens in between 9-ish in the morning, 9 a.m., and then until the 3 p.m., mostly on Saturdays. But the central market is open all week long, even on Sunday. So there are people who are going there every day. And also, I'm showing you an important in the middle, something that is one of the key products that are sold on the central market, uno dei prodotti più importanti di quelli che sono venduti nel mercato centrale, il formaggio fresco. Il formaggio fresco che viene prodotto nei dintorni di Zagabria dalle famiglie e vendute da queste famiglie, e voi avete la vostra signora di fiducia, you have your diary lady, basically, and what you do is you go to the stalls in the market and you try, they put a little piece of different cheeses for you to try, and then you have it. I think we did that ritual as well. So you can eat a little bit. There's a snacks. But it's quite important to understand that these people who are selling their products at the central market are mostly, I'm saying, not everybody, but mostly are actually people who are producing the food. They are food producers. They are coming from nearby villages, and this is how it's been from the birth of the central market. But when I looked at the central market, and when Donatella asked me to do this talk, I was looking also in how it was born, of course, and as you can see, it's this area in the very central Zagreb. It's not the main square, but very, very near one. And it's also part of a public holding, which is actually a holding that was founded in 2006, but this is all Zagreb city, Zagreb Comuna di Zagabria, who is basically owning everything, and they provide all the services from gas to the city to, I don't know, libraries and blah, 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 everything. And they also have this report, this special entrepreneur, public agency who is also taking care about all the markets in the city. Because in Zagreb you have 22 markets. So each quarter of the city, ciascun quartiere praticamente c'ha un piccolo mercato che lo serve quotidianamente. Quindi il culto del cibo fresco in Croazia è un culto serio, con le mamme croate non si scherza. Cioè, assolutamente tutto deve essere freschissimo, preso al giorno, se non alla settimana. Ovviamente le abitudini stanno cambiando perché i supermercati e i grandi shopping center sono ovviamente presenti anche in Croazia, però il culto del cibo fresco rimane molto presente. Inoltre vedete che Mercati Zagabria, praticamente questa ditta, questo ente pubblico, è stato fondato nel 1930 in concomitanza con l'apertura del mercato centrale. Quindi è proprio in quel momento in cui il comune di Zagabria, di allora ovviamente, sente la necessità di un ente che gestisca tutto l'approvvigionamento del cibo fresco in città, inserendovi non solo il mercato centrale, ma anche gli altri mercati all'aperto, in realtà, che erano presenti in città. Quindi è un posto un po' cult, no? Ho descritto un posto un po' cult nella vita urbana, ma se guardate un attimo questa bella foto dall'alto, vedete che il mercato è questa cosa in mezzo, poi ve lo mostro, ma che ha degli edifici molto alti ai lati e poi dietro c'è un qualcosa che non definito. È chiaro che è un progetto che ha mangiato un pezzo del tessuto urbano preesistente. E quindi questo luogo urbano di Zagabria, che adesso è adorato veramente dalla cittadinanza, in realtà non nasce così facilmente. Vediamo un attimo, torniamo indietro, perché io sono sempre una storica, e vi racconto in poche parole, spero, perché è tardissimo, come nasce questo nuovo mercato. Zagabria praticamente è una città medievale, ma una città che nel Medioevo fino al 1850 praticamente consiste di due entità separate. Da un lato c'è il capitolo, dove vedete la cattedrale, e dall'altro c'è la città degli artigiani, con tanto di chiesa di San Marco, per schiacciarci, che si chiama Gradec. E questi sono amministrativamente due entità separate dal Medioevo fino al 1850, quando avviene la nascita della città moderna, contemporanea. Avviene anche in concomitanza con una decisione fatta tra Vienna e Budapest di farci fare lo snodo ferroviario. E quindi la capitale croata in quel momento non solo diventa la città capitale e un'unica città, ma diventa anche uno snodo, e abbiamo sentito quanto è importante esserlo in quel momento, proprio attraverso le ferrovie, che sono la comunicazione che hanno rivoluzionato appunto il paesaggio urbano. Questo primo mercato all'aperto si tiene intorno al 1850 davanti alla cattedrale. Si crede poi che questo è un po' indecoroso per essere davanti proprio la cattedrale, insomma, è l'edificio più sacro, più importante della città, e lo spostano in questa altra zona, che poi diventerà la piazza centrale di quello che è la Zagabria moderna. E praticamente fino all'apertura nel 1930 della nostra nuova piazza che vi ho appena mostrato, il mercato al minuto rimane in piazza centrale. Ma questo vuol dire che ci sono delle discussioni. Ci sono tantissime discussioni perché è una città che appunto dal 1850 cresce esponenzialmente, guadagna tantissimo gli abitanti, si industrializza e comincia ad essere veramente una piccola capitale mitteleuropea. Oggi Zagabria è la città più grande tra Vienna e Belgrado e Budapest, cioè tutta una zona dove non c'è una città più grande, c'è una miriade di città molto più piccole, però quello rimane il centro di una zona molto molto più grande. E come vedete anche in questa immagine di sviluppo di Zagabria così com'era nel 1926, quelli due piccoli nuclei rimangono un po' isolati in collina e c'è tutta una città nuova, ottocentesca, con anche degli edifici importanti, però sono soprattutto biblioteche, edifici dell'università, sono teatri, cioè molti sono degli edifici di rappresentanza, non utilitari dal punto di vista come lo è un mercato. E quindi si fa una grande discussione appunto dal punto di vista di modernizzazione, progresso e sanità, dove mettere un mercato che potrebbe servire una città così grande. E 1905 pensano a quella zona lì, poi pensano, vedete, ho messo tutta una serie di discussioni al Consiglio Comunale che propongono vari spazi che erano liberi in quel momento. E questo è un punto importante, spazio libero. Mentre invece nel 1911 si prende una decisione un po' strana. Prendono uno spazio che non era libero. Ed è questo. È uno spazio piccolo, ma degradato, e fa parte di quel tessuto storico della città, proprio di due nuclei. Però evidentemente si vuole creare un nuovo polo anche di attrattività e non spostarlo lontano dalla piazza centrale, però sempre attaccato a questo nucleo storico, riqualificando un'area. Questo ovviamente provoca tantissime discussioni. 1911 cominciano a comprare, la municipalità comincia a comprare piano piano delle case, delle proprietà, piano piano, e si fermano nel 1914 quando comincia la Prima Guerra Mondiale, e ovviamente con i cambiamenti politici che ne succedono, e Croazia ne esce come parte della, prima Jugoslavia, facciamo corto perché non si chiamava subito Jugoslavia, però esce anche come una città che è la seconda città di un nuovo paese, ed è proprio Zagabria ad essere il centro finanziario, produttivo, industriale, quello che volete, progressivo, se è quella la parola in questo senso che vogliamo usare, di tutta la Jugoslavia. E lo rimane per tutta la sua, esistenza tra le due guerre. Quindi la volontà di creare, dei altri spazi proprio di compravendita di cibo si combacia anche con questo pensarsi importanti a livello regionale. E cominciano a liberare piano piano appunto questi spazi. Questi spazi dove c'era anche questa chiesa, che è una chiesa cistercense, intorno alla quale esisteva pure un cimitero, tanto per dire qualcosa anche sulla data di oggi. Finalmente, nel 1926 arrivano delle prime soluzioni di un progetto permanente che avrebbe dato finalmente sfogo a tutte queste tendenze di cui abbiamo parlato prima. A destra vedete il tessuto urbano precedente con un nuovo progetto di regolarizzazione del tessuto urbano, fatto da un ingegnere che era un ingegnere impiegato della comunalità, Vaida. E poi si cominciano a fare anche dei progetti fatti da Vjekoslav Basl, che è un architetto zagabbrese di origini ceche, ma che è stato anche uno dei allievi di Otto Wagner a Vienna, e quindi questo tipo di architettura, per gli storici dell'architettura nel pubblico, adesso facciamo una piccola parentesi, però cosa fanno Basl e Vaida? Basl e Vaida propongono una cosa abbastanza insolita, propongono un edificio seminterrato, ma seminterrato dove sotto, nel piano di sotto, ci sono dei negozi, non solo frigoriferi, non solo magazzini, ma un edificio a 2 piani completamente fruibile, o quasi completamente fruibili, dalla cittadinanza. In effetti, ovviamente, cercano di utilizzare nuovi materiali, ed è un grande interessamento in calcestruzzo, so they are using reinforced concrete to create this, of course, and also they are envisioning something quite grand, if you look at the image on the left, in the upper left, because they are entering this historical core with something that could be a modern propylea, basically. That's what they are thinking. And this is quite interesting, because they don't have the city, the municipality, didn't envision it as a whole, all of the buildings around it as a public property. So this is going to be something that is actually in between private and public. The central market and the infrastructure, of course, remain public for the whole time. But some of the buildings weren't. And also you can see that this is just the first project, but you can see also that they envisioned a portico that actually divided the space of the church and the market space. So they kind of wanted to do kind of a separation, visual, and even spatial, but basically this kind of separation in order to enable a vision of the church tower, but not to interfere on a sacred ground, let's say. And these are the works. Basically, as you can see, they go down very much and create this lower level with the concrete pilasters, while also thinking about the lighting of the lower level. And they're using vetrocemento, how do you call it, these very reinforced glass elements that are being put into concrete cassettes in order to have light, some natural light on the lower floor. This is not a good idea, as it turned out. It leaked, of course. And with the stairs on the upper floor, and with all the people going around, the light wasn't that great. So they closed it down eventually. And when I was saying, let's see what was actually realized, the first building is Casa Bartolic. He was a pharmacist from Zagreb who invested in this private building that you can see here. Okay. And he hired the same architect that was responsible for the market. Okay. So you can see how they are trying to modernize its language. This is how they solved the offices for the market here, and the church remained behind. I'm trying to use the cursor here. Okay. Well, on the other side, these buildings are also seen here. They used another architect, and those were the last to be constructed. What is quite lovely for me is one of the younger collaborators at Casa Arco and Herzog, where there were couples of, this one was pharmacist, the other was, I think, medical doctor. So they were like professionals in the city. Zoe Nepenina Dumengage, it's a female architect, one of the first who actually graduated from Zagreb School of Architecture that was founded in 1919, right after the First World War. But she's a Russian born in Odessa, is one of the refugees. Her father was officer in the Tsarist army, so they had to flee. And she ended up in Zagreb studying architecture. So, and she had a wonderful career designing hospitals all over ex-Yugoslavia. So you can see here that this is on the left you have older generation of architects still formed in Vienna. On the right you have some, Ignat Fischer, who's a head of a studio, still formed in Vienna and Prague, but his younger colleagues are taking over, as you can see from the language it offered. But the marketplace remained, as you can see on this building, a place where new and the old met in fortunate or less fortunate ways. It's also where urban and rural meet in a very clear way. These are all images from 1930s and 1940s. And this is something I really, really love with the wonderful photographs as well. There's a beautiful fund of the photographs of the Zagreb City Museum. And these are the shops in the lower level. I don't know how much is visible, but for example, Kristina Ivic is a female name, so she's a female entrepreneur who has her shop with her name on in the lower level of the central market, which is not. And these beautiful market stalls were all designed by Bastel, by the main architect of the market. But how this Zagreb story actually matches up with the regional stories on the markets? It's a very unusual one. I'm showing you Rijeka or Fiume here, where what happened is that a part of the new part of the city has been claimed from the sea. So the market, which is all this, 2 pavilions, and then a fish market, which is really, really beautiful, as you can see up there, have been inserted in the tissue that is a newly devised tissue. So it's a newly claimed space. A little bit earlier, but they didn't have the same problems they had in, or they choose to have in Zagreb, if you want. If you look in another city that was kind of a city that Zagreb people would look at, Sarajevo, you see Mercato Centrale or Markale, unfortunately now known for the recent massacre right in front of it in the 90s. But this is also a Vienna architect who designs a building which is for, for the city, which already has right next to it bazaars and charcia. So Sarajevo in the Austrian era, which is from 1878, basically, and very soon it gets a new marketplace. But this is also has been inserted in the free space while preserving the Ottoman era town core. So they are trying to modernize and colonize in a way of through sanitary new sanitary regulations that actually were placed, and the new market has been built. So this is a fruit of very different circumstances again. Or Pula, which has this fantastic, beautiful market, still functioning, a little bit in crisis, but still functioning. It is on the edge of the historical core, so again, free space. But this is also a project by a Viennese architect, so another one, imported project. And this is the most important, Pula at the time is the most important military seaport for Austria-Hungary for that matter. So when you see this, you see it in town where the military flee for the Habsburg Empire has been built. So people who use this space were very much used to this kind of constructions. Therefore, you can see that in a city of comparable size and importance for the monarchy at that time around Zagreb, they weren't left on their own devices. They were mostly colonized in terms of architecture projects from Vienna directly. On the other hand, a comparable to Zagreb case is Ljubljana case, with this fantastic, absolutely divine marketplace designed by Jože Plečnik, now in the UNESCO list as well, where he looks into historical city core. He works around it. He works in a space which is very near Ljubljana Cathedral, so again, he has a problem. And also, Jože Plečnik comes from school of Otto Wagner again, so of course he has a very personal take of the whole thing. But in a way, it's also, like Zagreb, something that has been done by a local architect and by local forces and with the local funds. So if you move around a little bit in the 19th century or early 20th century, regional space that actually depends very much from Vienna, although Rijeka was depending from Budapest, but in that matter, it's very, very similar because 99% of the architects actually came from Vienna, were formed in Vienna, so not at polytechnics in Budapest. But you can see how the Zagreb case becomes even more exceptional at this point. So we are going back there. It lives. It goes through the Second World War. The city wasn't bombed, so, or a little bit, but not really. So it survives, and again, it is a very beloved place, but it kind of stops. What stops is building of the buildings nearby, and the market has been renovated a few times, has been, they changed the looks of both the downstairs and the upstairs, but it's a very much a frequented city spot. And I love this photograph by Zagreb photographer. She's one of the most brilliant photographers we had in Croatia from 1980s, where you can actually see the circle of life coming up and down the stairs that are leading to the marketplace. What is now a central marketplace in Zagreb? What they are trying to do is more or less something successful or more successful in terms of visual identity. In 2006, they inserted this quite horrible sculpture, and I'm saying that as an art historian, representing a woman who is selling. This peasant woman who is coming from around the city. It's actually been modeled on an actual model. So, but on the other hand, a decisively more fortunate find was this use of Šestinski kišobran, the umbrella from Šestina. Šestina is a village nearby Zagreb, but a lot of these ladies actually came from. So they would be dressed in these colors, and on rainy days they would have these umbrellas. And of course, this is a tourist attraction now, but using that as a motif, actually, I find it very, very successful and very, very, very beautiful in terms of visual culture. But what also happened is that Croatia, in the beginning of the new millennium, entered the negotiation to enter European Union. And with that, everything that you know about food and European Union regulations, became blown up in terms of sanitary regulations, in terms of protection, in terms of names, in terms of whatever you want. And one of the things that was worth protecting for a lot of Zagreb people, but especially for this artist whose name is Kristina Leko, who paired with a collective artistic and curatorial collective block in Zagreb, and created this beautiful project that is in between artistic project and anthropological research. And she looked into the dairies, the milkmaids, or these ladies that were actually selling their own fresh cottage cheese at the market that I described. And she looked into whether they will be able to survive the new regulations. What did she found out? That they wouldn't, because they couldn't afford to have a special refrigerator needed for all that, all this kind of stuff that would be their own responsibility in terms of financial responsibility. So that was mainly the problem. But what she did is she formed a team. They interviewed these milkmaids. They found out that some of the ladies were there selling their products for more than 50 years. They found out beautiful stuff. So if you look into sir I vrhnje, sir means cheese, and vrhnje means panna, cream, fresh cheese and cream. Pointy you look into their website, it's really, really a wonderful, wonderful project. What also is wonderful about it, that the Croatian Ministry for Food actually listened. They did it for more than 10 years, and the material from the interviews that was all available online, it was actually purchased by our Ministry of Agriculture and used, and they didn't have to lose their activities. So pretty much what happened with Zagreb market is what I'm saying here, of course, that if you look and try and through different initiatives, whether artistic or social or entrepreneurial, you can always find the way to preserve that part of identity that can be preserved. So with this, I'm also showing you few blogs and food destination photographs that are actually now very popular in Zagreb, because Zagreb actually became a food destination because of its market, because every restaurant around it, and in the last 10, well, I haven't been there for the last 2 years because I moved to Venice, but before COVID, the restaurant scene in Zagreb was growing incredibly. And one of the things that the restaurants around Marketplace would put in their menu, everything that we cook is fresh from the market. So that would, have the ability to promote the food that was locally produced, mostly family produced, and that comes from a place that everybody in town loves already. So that was one of the ways how to think about space, especially the center of the city. As you all know, Zagreb was hit by an earthquake in 2020. So, in the midst of epidemics, we also had the earthquake, which fortunately didn't hit the center of the city. But we'll see how the effects of this are going to unfold in the future, because Zagreb is one of those cities where the center was still very high quality living and desirable living. People were buying apartments in the city center. Now they are fleeing, of course, and we'll see whether everybody will come back. But hopefully, one of the magnetic forces for that is going to be our central marketplace. Grazie.
Bene, grazie mille. È molto tardi, il pubblico ha resistito tenace per l'interesse di questi interventi. Non lo so che cosa... Naturalmente do la parola a Donatella, ecco com'è.
No, io credo che data l'ora siamo costretti a tagliare il dibattito adesso e a rimandarlo. Per fortuna abbiamo ancora 2 giorni in cui possiamo discutere un po' le cose. In particolare domani pomeriggio, non so se mi sentite, in particolare domani pomeriggio abbiamo la discussione, la presentazione del volume di Elena che riprende un po' il discorso della comparazione fra i mercati, e forse potrebbe essere il momento in cui discutere un po' o riprendere alcune delle questioni che sono emerse adesso. Io vi propongo, perché appunto l'ora è tarda e mi sembra che siamo un po', però Poi abbiamo la proiezione, e questo credo che sia il momento giusto anche per riprendere il discorso, dei filmati di alcuni dei mercati di cui abbiamo appena parlato. Forse tu vuoi parlare?
Grazie,
ecco.
Donatella.
Sì.
Sì, io ho preparato proprio degli spezzoni di questi mercati, il Victualian Market, quello di Salonico, quello di Zagabria e quale altro abbiamo avuto oggi?
Londra è un mercato.
Londra e Bruxelles no, ma insomma...
Firenze, non so,
Firenze.
Firenze.
Noi eravamo a fare il documentario sul mercato a Firenze quando è stato aperto il mercato centrale, quindi potete vedere, sono solo degli estratti, ma potete vedere esattamente i mercati di cui è stata fatta la presentazione oggi.
Allora, se voi siete d'accordo, io non aprirei il dibattito adesso perché mi pare veramente un po' tardi e invece lo rimanderei magari subito dopo la proiezione dei film o fra la mattina e il pomeriggio. Siamo in pochi, abbiamo la pausa pranzo anche per riprendere alcune questioni. Mi piacerebbe davvero scambiarci delle idee, però. Non è che dicendovi che non facciamo la discussione adesso vorrei tagliarla, vorrei poterla riprendere, ma abbiamo ancora 2 giorni davanti e penso che forse vale la pena di rinviarla. Grazie a tutti.
Bene.